Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. Allow me to begin with a recitation of the Gayatri Mantra. I welcome you to participate in it if you know it. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Dhatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Hiyo Yunaf Prachodayat. As we wait our first guests to arrive, please allow me to set the intention for this being a space where everyone is welcome, assuming we can all get along, which is my wish, that despite the diversity of life that we've all faced, we come to see how we're all equally versed in the depth of our experience, just expressed in different ways. May we come together first and foremost as fellow students of life, here to uplift each other, share positive sentiments, and take refuge in each other's experiences. And I trust that those who are joining now are feeling as well as they can be, given whatever circumstance they may be feeling in their life at this moment. Welcome, my friends. Namaste, Asad. Hello, Dansuela. Hello, Jordan. Asad, you are wondering what I think of Noam Chomsky. Oh, I think I forget who that is. You'll have to remind me. They are a philosopher, I think. I'm not familiar with their philosophy. But if they have expressed something which opens your mind, then that's wonderful, and I'm happy for you. Dear Laura R., welcome, and thank you for your tiny diny also. Yippee! Thank you. Thank you for your suggestion, dear Asad. I hope that you have planted the seed for knowledge to come my way. Hello, dear Danny. Hello, Sadiq. And thank you, dear Ushabai, for your wonderful rose too. Your rosa. Not just any rose, one that comes from Spain, I believe. Thank you. Om Namah Shivaya. Danny, you share that you're struggling with anxiety about posting content of yourself. Any advice? Make peace with the outcome to be free of karmic bondage. That means address the reason why you're doing it. If you make peace with the fact that it might not reach the right audience, then that's okay. Because the goal is to express yourself, and if anyone hears it and they are uplifted by it, then that's wonderful. If not, then that's okay. Who can predict the nature of the algorithm? There are going to be people that, because of their own experience, may have room for more understanding, which can cause some conflict, but long as you are committed to use that as even more motivation to continue to express your unique journey, then all of that is wonderful. Remember that your self-worth is not defined by other people's perception of you. And dear Bunny, you ask, what do I want to say about people blocking each other like Smarties? What's with their energy? Like Smarties? I don't know what this means. I know where I live, Smarties are candy. They're little candy covered chocolate. So I'd have to ask you what that word means to you. But I'm sorry about the feeling of people blocking you. Know that no one can prevent you from expressing yourself authentically. Good evening, dear clay bird. My goodness. Clay beard, you are meditating with me in the woods. That's beautiful. Thank you for bringing some of your forest energy into the space. And I have yet to reveal the question of the day, but I certainly can in just a moment. Hello, hip-hopper, non-stopper. All outcomes are one. Well put, Assad. Hello, Buff Shrek. Or Constantine, right? Happy to have you here. And Life Coaster, you also recommend I listen or read to some Noam Chomsky, and you'd love to hear my thoughts. Well, that makes two of you. By your recommendation, I must go check them out. Mustn't I? Constance. Thank you for reminding me. And hello, Cad's TikTok. I'm happy that my content is calming and meaningful to you. I don't consider myself religious, but I do consider all religions as completely valid paths, so long as we do so with love and compassion for everyone without crossing any boundaries. In the same way, I consider myself a student of all religions, a student of truth expressed in many ways, a spiritual seeker, and I look for teachings everywhere. And hello, NVXY. And Marcus, you were wondering what I believe about chakras. You've heard that there are 7, and you've heard that there are 72. Yes. There are 5 in the Buddhist tradition, 108 in other traditions, 112, 114. So what is a chakra? We have to know this. A chakra is a meeting point between currents of energy called nadis, which means river in Sanskrit. In the body, there is said to be 72,000 nadis, currents of energy. And there are many main ones. The biggest main one, of course, is our spine, known in Sanskrit as our Sushumna Nadi. And there are 2 that are said to spiral around it, called the Ida and Pingala Nadi, respectively. And every time they intersect with the Sushumni Nadi, a major chakra is formed, and this makes the 7 main ones. But there are 27 smaller ones, and then 80-something micro ones too, depending on how you count them. Anytime there's a junction of energy, that makes a chakra. So, in some sense, all of the numbers you have just heard are correct. Just categorizing which ones are more important. There are many in our legs, many in our hands, many in our arms, many in our head, but along the spine are the most important ones, as we have been discovering while reading through this book written by a qualified yogi on Chakras and Kundalini, that being Paramahansa Swami Maheshwarananda. And I have been well. Thank you for asking, dear Buff Shrek. Or Cons. Welcome, Trisha. Assad, you are wondering what I think happens after the physical death of the body. Well, the movie has ended. But the audience member that you are, you can choose to sit there until Another movie gets put on. Or you can do something else. Whenever you are asking about some extremity of some dimension, in this case the time dimension, we were asking about the extremity of our perception of time. We should ask about the other end of the spectrum too. What happened before birth? Whatever your answer is for one extremity, surely an equal but opposite thing is true for the other two. So you have come from some place, from some formless space, and a body has appeared to you, a mind has appeared to you, 5 senses have appeared to you, a world has appeared to you. In death, world no longer appears to you, the senses no longer appear to you, the body no longer appears to you, the mind no longer appears to you. And so you are left with the same space that was there before this life began. And we know very well that from that space, the possibility for life, though impossible, certainly happened. You are left in that same formless potential. Who knows what could happen next? I like that hip-hopper non-stopper. The universe does not take itself seriously. Why should we? But suffering is very sincere. We should take that sincerely. Hello, dear Kiki. Namaste. Hello, Fenrir. How are you doing? And Sadik, you also asked about the number 72. You needed a system of 72 somethings. 72 is a nice number. The product of 9 and 8. 9 being 3 to the 2. 8 being 2 to the 3. So it's 2 to the 3 times 3 to the 2. Nice symmetry in the exponents there, giving rise to some nice whole divisors. Alright, welcome everyone. I would like to ask you all my question of the day today. Today I'm wondering from you all, how can we show that we are actively listening to those sharing something with us? It could be a loved one, it could be a child, it could be a teacher, it could be a student, it could be a friend, it could even be someone we don't particularly like. What are some ways of showing that we are listening to what is being shared? Thank you, dear Austin, for your pair of tiny dinies. Trio of tiny dinies, in fact. Yippee! Mormodra, you share being present and in the moment. Hip-hopper non-stopper, you share by telling the person what they just told us. What they just told us. I think you wrote that twice. It's that easy, but yet so hard. Oh, I love what Felicia and Natasha share. Simultaneously, eye contact. And Felicia, you add to that reciprocation. And Sadik, you share, when someone after the dialogue recalls to a detail, like an inside joke. Oh, that's a great example. Hello, Blueberry Muffin Chef. Happy to have you here again. I still have yet to discover what Blueberry Muffin Chef is in Sanskrit, but we'll find out. Your answer is, you show you're listening by rephrasing what they said back to them. Well said. Marcus, you share it's like the Hawaiian depiction of recognition. Ho'oponopono. That's a fun word to say. I love the Hawaiian language. And Austin, you share, by focusing on one eye, not two, specifically the right eye. I've never heard that before. I am curious. Could you expand on that for us? Asad, you're wondering who I draw inspiration from. I draw inspiration from you. From all of you. From the questions you ask and the sentiments you share. God, you are wondering what empowered me to find all of my shared knowledge and wisdom. I think it's the most vibrant life that one can live is when you're searching for truth everywhere you go, and each place becomes a treasure trove of discovery, no matter how dark or light. And Gregor G, you actually have trouble with this as your focus can easily change, perhaps easier in person too. You could definitely say eye contact in person though, certainly. Hip Hopper Non-Stopper, you wrote it twice on purpose. We sometimes just need to tell people what they told us, just and yet, and repeat it. Very symbolic of you. And hello Himanshu, I am well, thank you for asking. How are you? And hello Renvox. And thank you Sadik for your heart me too. Radhe, Radhe. Georgie, you share to reflect back what is being said to show you are understanding them correctly. Good. Sadik, you share when you focus on two eyes, you space out. Fair enough. Thank you, Mormodra. G2 Infinity, welcome. You share in psychology what is observed is body language, how people mirror each other's movement. Like that. That's a subtle one. Austin, you share that your professor in college said that when one tries to focus on two or none at all, we lose focus. Your eye is steady. So will the conversation be. I like that. Gaining trust and stature from the other. So I imagine then the right eye is just to pick one of them. But I have heard there is significance in which eye we are looking at something. Even when we have both eyes open, one eye is the dominant input for cognitive processing, and that can change some of the lateralized parts of our brain, depending on which eye is doing the looking primarily. Gregor G, you share, not you writing mumbo jumbo when you actually answer people already said it. Great minds though. Mumbo jumbo is my favorite kind of jumbo. Hip Hopper Non-Stopper, you study the human mind for your work, psychology, and just repeating what someone told gives the feeling of listening to them. That's beautiful. I accidentally read your numbering at the end. And Mad King Tyler, you share that you're good with eye contact, but your tone needs some work. That's very relatable. And thank you, Natas. Your trio of applause, and let them cook still. I'll give you some applause. And your W, thank you too. And some popcorn. Hare Krishna. Gads, you were wondering, are there certain cultures or countries that enlighten this for me? Just humanity, you know? I think every culture has something unique to offer, and no culture is bound by their country's border. I am drawn to Eastern language, I think, is how I would put it. Because no matter where you go, it's the same truths being expressed. For some reason, the way it's expressed in the East resonate very deeply with me. I tend to use the same language too. And Bren, you share that you have old trauma that you need to heal from. What do I suggest? Well, you've taken the first step there by acknowledging that there is trauma and that there is a way forward of healing. Sometimes that's most of the work right there. People spend decades not that there is a way forward of healing. Sometimes that's most of the work right there. People spend decades not... I think my internet disconnected me for a second. So I trust that it has returned in a moment. Do let me know. I'm back, thank you. Yeah, as I was saying, wounds that we have in our personality, our mind, our emotions, just acknowledging that tenderness and something that we can give care to is such an important step right there. So you've acknowledged the wound. All we have to do is continue to be aware of it and how tender that is. Notice that if anything brushes up against that tender spot, there is this compelling urge to react, to protect it. We can learn to heal it by allowing ourselves to be vulnerable again, by opening up to those whom we trust and seeing that very thing reflected in others as a virtue. Oftentimes, many of the things that are a beautiful part of us, due to other people's poor judgment, they get repressed or suppressed in us. If we can find a healthy way to get that up and out again, maybe it's your goofy laugh. Maybe it's how beautifully sensitive you are to emotions. Maybe it's your unique way of seeing things. Whatever it is about you that has been wounded, allow it to find expression again. Find a place, a space in which you don't feel like you have to protect that part, and you can instead let it roam free. I think that's very healing. And thank you, dear Renvox, for your ice cream. Hari Om Tat Sat. There are many great comments and questions being asked. Forgive me for not being able to respond to all of them at the speed at which they're being shared, but I'll do my best. First, I'd also like to thank dear Natas for another W that you sent earlier, and a half a dozen cloud breads, trio of TGIFs, TikToks, GGs, give me the votes, 10 roses, a quartet of ice cream cones, half a dozen music plays, another quartet of roses, a trio of gimme the votes, TGIFs, a pair of TikToks, or quartet of cloud breads, a pair of popcorns, 9 pumpkin spice lattes, a trio of TGIFs, and a quintet of GGs. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you for everyone else for your patience as I extend my gratitude back to those who sent a gift. And Vermon, thank you for your heart me too, and your trio of heart me's, or finger hearts. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Renvox, thank you for your ice cream. Jai Sitaram. And Austin, for your pair of tiny dinies. Okay, I am going to pause our question of the day there for now, but I will read just a couple other answers, like Isabella, who shared attention to detail. That's a great one. I love that a lot. Yeah, and Ushabai, you share by being totally silent inwardly. That's beautiful. Yeah. And I love what you shared when we touched upon the point of being wounded, Simon. I don't know how to pronounce your name. You'll have to tell me. That we all are the wound, and community is the medicine. That's beautiful. And Zasid, you were wondering what I think about polyamory, taking in consideration the fact that we are all one. I think we all have love to give one another, and in different ways. And many of us are receptive to love in different ways. Each person is so unique that it depends on their needs and wants. I like to say that polyamory and monogamy are space-time trade-offs. Because a monogamous person may see different people through time, all in the same space. But a polyamorous person may see different people through space, all at the same time. So it depends whether your love moves most freely through space or through time. And hello, user 165. Your name is Helena. That's a beautiful name, Helena. I'll try to remember that. I love that answer to Solista, that what is shared of us determines how to actively respond, positively or negatively. And nice to see you, dear Chloe Evans. Hello. Thank you, Sadik, for the tiny that you sent too. Yippee! And dear Auntie, thank you for your quintet of tiny dinies as well. And your 11 roses and quintet of ice cream cones also. Om Samsara Namaha. Jeremy, thank you for your heart me too. Jai Sitaram. And Peter Schaefer, thank you for your rose. Ram Ram. Sadik, you share that you feel that I think fundamentally in relativity graphics. I would be lying if I said my mind didn't parse life through my experience of mathematics and physics, as there are many rich metaphors in math and physics for worldly life too. I'm happy you love those mantras. Me too. like the one that Chloe shared. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. A mantra to Ganesha, remover of obstacles. And thank you, dear Austin, for your pair of tiny dinies too. Yahoo! And hello, Pi. This is a space, a cosmic live. Well, I like to create that atmosphere. I hope it resonates with you. Alright. And good eve, Henrietta. Hello, Rosie, too. Thank you for the blessings you've sent. The love and light to us all. I wish to reflect that all back to you, too. And hello, Midnight Whimsy. I'm happy you like our live pie. Miss Solischa, you ask, what is more beneficial? Being grateful or proving others to be grateful of you? Why does there have to be a comparison? Let us embark on both. Being grateful and being someone whom people can be grateful for, but not simply for the purpose of those thinking highly of us, but so that we can be a role model for others too, for us all to be grateful. And hello, dear Bri Bri. I'm happy you like the kitty bandana, dear Midnight Whimsy. And hello, Nitro Girls. That is right. Ganesha's origin is very gruesome. Someone had a baby, and the husband beheaded, and an elephant head was put in its place. Not just any someone. It was Mother Parvati, and their husband was Shiva. Thank you for your best wishes and blessings, Jeremy, for everyone here too. You feel drawn to me every time you see me, Lena. Well, I must lose some weight then. Sounds like I'm gaining a gravitational field of my own. Nice to have you here. Thank you, Spiritual Vibes, for the heart me you sent as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. So, now that we have had our question of the day, I would like to transition into reading another section of the Hidden Power in Humans, about Chakras and Kundalini, from this great yogi. We're still talking about the Anahata Chakra, the nature of the heart center, and all of the spiritual symbolism relating to our heart. There's a lot. And then we'll open our Sangha to a free conversation afterwards. Let's see. We were talking about the nature of Sankalpa Shakti, which is the wish-fulfilling power that a yogi can generate. I'll just read the last few paragraphs of where we left off. Sometime, somewhere in the cosmos, each of our thoughts are realized, and through certain yoga techniques we are able to awaken the Sankalpa Shakti within and speed up the fulfillment of our wishes. Our intentions gain a strong, concentrated effect through the Sankalpa Shakti, and the effect of the Sankalpa Shakti begins immediately, as thought is already the first step towards realization. But this does not mean that the goal had already been attained. Depending on what we have resolved to do, the goal can still be a long way off and require a lot of effort. The path, however, has already been set, and the Sankalpa Shakti now begins to steer our life in the appropriate direction. Therefore, we should consider very carefully what we wish for and be cautious about using a Sankalpa. Mantra Anushtana, in particular, which is an advanced yogic technique only transmitted orally by a master, strengthens Sankalpa Shakti, Mantra Shakti, and a Japa Japa, which is the state of repetitionless repetition of one's mantra. Another effective practice is Yoga Nidra, the sleep of a yogi. With this deep relaxation technique, we reach a state of consciousness between waking and dreaming, in which our thoughts are immediately realized, and therefore our Sankalpa attains fulfillment more rapidly. That's where we left off. Let's continue. But there is one thing we should pay attention to. Sankalpa Shakti is completely unbiased, meaning it functions in all cases by fulfilling all desires, the bad as well as the good. Therefore, when we begin to notice our thoughts and wishes coming to fruition, we should be very careful, as the following story illustrates. A traveler took a rest from his journey under a tree. But this was no ordinary tree. It was a Kalpa Vriksha, a wishing tree. As the traveler thought to himself, how pleasant a cool breeze would be now, he at once felt a soft, gentle breeze around him. A short while later, he felt hungry and thirsty, and imagined how marvelous a good meal and a refreshing drink would taste to him now. And the next moment, the desired meal was beside him. The traveler ate and drank, and as he felt tired afterwards, he looked around for a comfortable place to sleep, and a soft bed was already there. The man thought nothing about where all these gifts had come from, or why. He simply accepted them unthinkingly. When he woke up, dusk was already falling. Worried, he looked around, and suddenly the thought came to him that perhaps a wild tiger was lying in wait amongst the trees and would attack him. No sooner did he have the thought than a tiger sprang out of the trees and killed him. His thoughts were realized straight away in this instant also. When our wishes are fulfilled in a flash, when we are successful, when our problems are resolved as if by themselves, when people are well disposed towards us, and when we are accepted, honored, and respected, then we should be happy about these things, but also allow healthy circumspection to prevail, because it is at this point that the quote-unquote wishing tree of the Anahata chakra begins to bear fruit. After we have reached this level, it is particularly important that we think, wish, and speak only positively, because, as has been previously mentioned, Sankalpa Shakti can bring both the good as well as the bad. The story about a monkey who, in his foolishness, wished for something that later resulted in a big problem should also serve as a warning for us to exercise caution in our wishful thinking. Another story just for you. One day, a snake charmer went into the forest to catch a snake for use in his act. Soon he found a very large cobra that he caught and placed in a basket. Carefully, he covered the basket, tied it securely, and set out for home. As it was a very hot day, the man decided to take a rest under a shady tree. But a monkey, who loved honey more than anything else in the world, was sitting in a tree top. When he saw the basket, he was certain there was honey in it. Now he had only one thought and one wish. How can I get hold of that honey? In his mind, he was already imagining how he would enjoy this sweet delicacy. Through the power of his thinking, his wish was actually fulfilled. The man got up briefly and left his basket, and the monkey immediately took advantage of the opportunity to take the basket. With a big jump, he sprang down from the branch, grabbed the basket, and climbed back up the tree again as high as he could. Horrified, the snake charmer gestured to him to let the basket fall, but the monkey only gloated over his success. Full of anticipation now for the expected pleasure, he opened the basket and froze in horror as an angry cobra rose from it hissing. Now the monkey just sat there, not daring to move, and he had only one thought. How can I get rid of this basket again? Within a split second, his original desire had vanished. That for which he had so ardently wished, he now wanted to get rid of at any cost. And many people behave in this way. They wish for things without proper reflection or knowledge and soon find that what they wished for has resulted in a critical or painful situation. One example of this is when someone falls in love, and in their passion they think that they have found the sun and the moon. Unfortunately, such unions very often end in argument and divorce. Therefore, only ever wish for that which will bring you lasting happiness and contentment. A clear view of the consequences of our thoughts and wishes accompanies the development of the Ajna Chakra, which is our eyebrow center, the third eye. When the feelings of the heart are combined with the reason and insight, we avoid the previously mentioned dangers. And until the Anahata Chakra opens, it is not possible for the Ajna Chakra, the center of mental energy and power of thoughts, to develop its full potential. Pardon me. Every action, every word, all feelings and thoughts, the hiccups, should be filtered through the Anahata Chakra and be enlightened by bhakti, by loving devotion, and jnana, knowing wisdom. Jnana is unable to feel anything without bhakti, and bhakti is blind without jnana. Where love and knowledge join forces, that is, there is completeness. Understanding and kindness leads us directly to the divine. And with those wonderful stories and commentary by Vishwa Guruji, I thank you all for listening, and we'll continue our reading next time. And with that, we can open up our space to discuss anything pressing our hearts or mind. And hello, Stephen. You have not missed much. Do not fret. Thank you, Mahina, for your subscription. I'm very delighted that I got your wonderful message the other day of animal therapy. So beautiful. I love the imagery of sharing something on your heart to an animal and then the animal releasing it for you. I think that's beautiful. Very honored. I'm always happy to have you here. And thank you, Jacos, for the trio of roses and a quintet of them also. Om Brahm Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. Caitlin, you ask, is it tiring to be so peaceful? It's tiring to be so agitated. Is it not so? Anything but being peaceful is tiring. But it does require effort. effort not to fall into our old habits of reacting. When circumstances arise, we can either be reactive or proactive. It's reactive, which is the easy thing to do, but it may also lead to the greatest mental exhaustion. Proactive is the hard thing to do, but it leads to the greatest peace. Everything is very competitive. I concur with that. User 134. It's difficult when we've placed value primarily in resources that are temporary. Then we all fight over them. But if we can shift our value to something universal, ceaseless, and permanent, then there is no need to compete over something which is available for everyone. And what is available for everyone is peace, because we each have that possibility within us. Now the word love, the user by the name of Love, you ask, how do I go about romantic love? Well, in all of the romance I have experienced, I recognize that that which has a beginning also has an end. And the price of romance is a lot of heartbreak. And that's okay, because for me, it was worth it. With all of those romantic relationships, I learned so much about myself. I learned so much about the needs of others. I learned about healthy boundaries and how we can take accountability for crossing them. I made many mistakes, and from that I have such a deeper appreciation for the preciousness of our interconnectivity in life. At this moment, I feel as though my love is so powerful that I haven't found any person in the world that is able to handle it. So I've turned instead to giving it freely to everyone in my life. That I have much more love in my heart than any single being is capable of receiving. So the only way I find fulfillment is by giving it to everyone, everywhere, always. And I feel like I am exercising the most love. G to infinity. You affirm that that is the purpose of these relationships, to learn from each other. And I love that. Hinata, you're wondering if I am Sanghi. Those are some nice Sanskrit words. Sat meaning true. Sanghi, referring to a participant in a Sangha, an association, some company of people, in the sense of bringing us together in companionship. Whether I am Sat to you is up for your own interpretation. Maybe there is someone or something in your life that brings you more truth, more love, more genuine compassion than I can. And therefore, relative to them, I am a kusangi. I am a bad influence on you. But this is certainly a Sangha place in which people confide in each other's experience. And it's my hope that we go from kusang to satsang, from poor impressions to good ones, uplifting each other, dissolving each other's limitations. And that's very beautiful, Jeff. You feel your mother in you when I say that. Radhe Radhe. Salutations to the Divine Mother. Here, user 134, you ask, do I feel there is value in egoism? You are starting to feel it's the only rational philosophy now. Egoism is the ultimate rational philosophy. But there's so much more than our rationality. You see, rationality is the faculty of our intellect. And in ancient scriptures, there is known to be 4 inner capacities, known as the manas, the mind, buddhi, intellect, ahankara, ego, and chitta, consciousness. The mind can only lead you to that which is above, the intellect. The intellect can only lead you to that which is above, and that's the ego. But it is the ego which ultimately leads you to something beyond which the intellect can, and that is the consciousness itself. See, though we do indeed all have a limited sense of self, and we act in capacity to the understanding we have of ourself, there is something beyond our sense of self, and that is our consciousness itself, beyond the mind, beyond the intellect, beyond the ego. Once we reach the consciousness, we discover our true nature, and in discovering that true nature, we realize that that higher self is the very same in you as it is in everyone around you. And therefore, a pivotal shift in our understanding of life happens. We no longer serve a limited sense of self. We serve an inclusive sense of self that accommodates all beings, because at that level, we directly experience the self within us as we do in others too. Other people's suffering becomes our suffering, and other people's happiness also becomes our happiness. And therefore, we become privy to the universal experience of life. And thank you, dear Lace, for your septet of finger hearts that you sent too. There is one for you as well, dear. Radhe Radhe. Lace, you are asking if I have any advice with addiction. The addiction means that we've put our sense of self in something temporary. Because if we repeatedly come back to something that momentarily fulfills us, but ultimately does not, that means we feel like there's some permanent unending joy here, but yet it's never enough to satisfy us, as per the contradiction. You see, our soul, our jiva, it has very high standards for happiness, doesn't it? It requires a happiness that is infinite, unending, and ever new. Any source of happiness which does not fulfill these 3 boxes will never totally fulfill us. Such is why we keep coming back to temporary things, with hope that somehow we will get some infinite, eternal, and ever new experience of happiness from that. So, this pursuit of Satchitananda happiness, bliss of truth, consciousness, that can only be found when we finally understand ourselves to not be bound by anything temporary. For as long as we are identified with the body and its senses, then we will go forth in service of our senses. That is to say, we will repeatedly bring to our eyes pleasant sight, to our ears pleasant sound, to our nose pleasant smell, to our tongue pleasant taste, to our skin pleasant feeling. If this sounds familiar to the state that 99% of humans live in, but yet it's never totally satisfying, because we're always looking for another thing to see, another thing to hear, another thing to smell, another thing to taste, another thing to touch. We are still trying to serve our senses, even though the current can never flow infinitely that way. However, just like a logical circuit in a computer, in direct current, electricity can only flow in one direction infinitely. It can flow in the other direction temporarily until you fry the circuitry and you have to replace the capacitors and diodes. But truly, circuitry, DC circuitry, is meant to flow in one direction only. So too, since we have identified with getting something from our senses, we are frying our own circuitry, trying to force the current to flow in the direction in which it wasn't supposed to. And then we experience drops until we have to replace certain things in our life again, ad infinitum. But when we understand that our senses are not here to gain anything, not to receive, but to give, that we can see those who may need our help, listen to those who have something to share. We can smell the flowers that this beautiful earth has to offer so that we may take care of its nature, and taste the food with our family in communion with our interconnectivity, and feel the embrace of those that need a hug. Then our senses become pointed in the direction where the current can finally flow infinitely again, and we experience that Satchitananda happiness. This world, being finite and temporary, can never satisfy our infinite soul. And our soul is infinite because it always has more love to give, more compassion to offer, more patience to generate. So let the current flow from within to without, and addictions which are built on the assumption that we have anything to gain from this finite world will naturally drop away from this shift in our identity. Thank you for your heart meet too, by the way. And Anazek, thank you for your heart meet. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jeremy, thank you for your quintet of team bracelets. Om Namah Shivaya. Porcelain Angel, you want my headband? Well, I have good news. This bandana, or as I call it, yamdana, is something that you can get from the link tree in my bio. I am amazed at the selfless generosity of those who just freely give virtual gifts here. Many of you ask for something physical in return, so I have 3 physical items that you could get for yourself, and it makes me feel better knowing that you get something comfy in return for a voluntary expression of gratitude. What a paradoxical question you have asked, Iman. Are you you for being you, or you of being you? We can only be the version of ourself that we see in ourself, reflected by the possibility in those around us. In that field of I am consciousness that pervades all of life. We will never run out of ways to express ourselves, and therefore, with every action we perform, there is always an experience which is waiting for us to uncover an even higher part of ourselves that we have yet to realize. Now, dear love, you ask, how can we then love ourselves and love others? You feel sometimes you can't do that around your loved ones. If they are your loved ones, then that means you want them to be loved. With our loved ones, we cannot be in their life forever. Loving ourselves is how we show others how to love themselves too. Thus, I'd hope, for example, that all parents love themselves as much as they love their children, to show their children how they can love themselves in the absence of their parents one day. Thank you, dear Franklin. That's a very beautiful gift of a beating heart. Our heart is like that of fire, since it can ignite the flames in others' hearts without ever diminishing our own. Namaha. Thank you for listening, dear J.M. Clark. And hello, KSI. Nice to see you again. I have been well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Dear Hexagon, you share that all the things I explain, one has to have a working brain to even start to comprehend it. I would hope so. And for those whose brains may have been damaged, we show them love in non-intellectual ways, by caring for them, by attending to their needs, since we know that even when the brain is not functioning fully, there is still the very same spark of light within them that illumines their world as in ours. Can you share that you are rather in a bad place right now? That's okay. It doesn't matter what kind of place you are in, as long as you use it to wake up. As long as you see the circumstances of your experience as something to inspire you to bring out the change that is needed in this world. Just as when we are happy, We can think of those who would do anything to feel as happy as we are. We can also keep others in mind when we are suffering, as we know how many people wouldn't want to feel the way we do. We can empathize with everyone around the world in each experience, and that makes us feel less alone, regardless of what is happening. And hello, dear Dave. I'm happy to hear that. My words are soothing to you, Hexagame. I certainly no longer aim to provoke anyone with my words. The world is provocative enough. I think what most people require is a gentler approach. Radhe, Radhe, dear Dave. Joy, you ask, do I smoke, drink, or watch TV shows? You're really curious. One of those things. I wonder if you can guess. Actually, 3 of those things I used to, but I don't anymore. And one of those things I almost never did, but now I do. Yeah, you got it right. TV shows. I've been watching House MD lately. Oh, he's a great show. I like that show. I learn a lot from it, just as I have learned a lot from the experiences I've had when I used to drink or smoke. I never smoked cigarettes, but I did vape and I did smoke cannabis. But in my spiritual journey, I've learned to enjoy just how blissful it is to be sober. There's truly nothing like having a happiness that you know is generated from within, in the same way we were when we were children. You know, a child, they're jumping up and down, no good reason. And that's the way I aspire to be. Many of you like the House show too. Thank you, Kate. Kate Scorpio, for the heart me you gave as well. Brahmhirvaya Namo Namaha. Very puzzling question, dear Kendra, you had asked me. With emojis. I don't know what the question is. Do I have a rose? And is that a phone emoji? A rose phone? I don't know the meaning of your puzzling inquiry. Thank you, dear Laura Lotion. I am still a child. We all are, I think. You know, it's not like I turned 18 and suddenly I felt any different. I turned 19, nothing changed. 20, 21, now I'm 22. Changing 23. Maybe 23 will be the year where suddenly I feel like I'm an adult. I don't know. I know that I thought I felt like I was an adult when I was a teenager. But then something changed. I was on a walk one day and my phone was dead. So I didn't have my phone with me. I was on a walk to buy a charger for my dead phone. And something about the sky just caught my eye in a way that it reminded me of a time when I was 3 years old, and I'd look at the same sky, the same clouds, with a kind of wonder. You know, as a child, I think we forget how often we looked at the sky. At least I did anyway. I spent a lot of time just looking at the sky. And when I got older, I didn't appreciate the shapes of the clouds, the texture, the hues, the blues, how the light was reflected. I just didn't look at it in the same way. I just kind of felt like it was boring. But something changed that walk, that I now look at the sky in the same way that I did when I was 3 years old. You know, I look at it and I go, wow. Just wow. And Jill, Bill, you share in a related sense that childlike wonder is important to keep for you. Sunsets. I like that a lot. Sunsets are pretty incredible. Big perk of living on Earth. This is a beautiful planet we live on. We're definitely the most diverse. All the other planets, they kind of got the same thing going for it everywhere you go. Everywhere in Mars just kind of looks the same. Jupiter, Saturn, the gas giants, a little more interesting. But Earth, oh my goodness. The diversity of experiences that you can have on Earth. This is definitely the place to be. Ija de la Luna, you like overlooks and definitely a full moon. Of course. I like that a lot. And Rishi Ghosh, you share that sometimes watching clouds can be a theatrical production. I agree with that. You have a beautiful name, Rishi. I'm wondering if you are aware of its Sanskrit meaning. Phoenix, you share that you're not convinced I am from Earth. Earth is my mother. How could I not be from her? She is my nature. My body is hers. Everything that I have come to experience has come from here. But the experiencing itself, oh, that happens not anywhere, but at the same time nowhere and everywhere. Sadik, you were wondering if I've seen The Good Place. You share that it's one of the best takes you've seen about the afterlife. I have watched, I think, the first season of it. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Love, you ask, how do you bring your inner child back to the show? Well, referring to this as a show is a great first step. Children's love shows, don't they? See, we refer to our inner child as something within. But do you know what's most within? You are. So if we refer to the child as that which is within, we forget we are the inner child. We are the child within. Now we just have to bring it out. You know, children, they wake up They make no assumptions about how their day is going to go. It's a very thoughtless kind of way. Thoughts, of course, still arise, but they're curious thoughts. They're questions rather than statements. A child thinks primarily in terms of inquiry rather than conclusion. But us adults, we feel like we've come to conclusion. We wake up and we've already concluded how our day is going to go. Terrible. We conclude that our body sucks, people suck, our job sucks, and that there's no room for wonder anymore. Science has the answers to everything. That life is just a bunch of chemical reactions and might as well try to extract as much joy from this dopamine, serotonin producing machine as I can. Try not to get in trouble. And then we live our day like that. But a child isn't thinking like that. They're wondering, I'm so curious, what's going to happen today? I wonder what people all see. I wonder, before I open the blinds, whether it's going to be cloudy or sunny. I wonder if I'll get to see the sunset later. I wonder if I'll have time to play with my toys. I wonder why trees are green. And there's no pressure to figure it all out. There's the feeling of not knowing, and that not knowing is the most blissful feeling. It feels so good to be in wonder that I'd rather have all the questions to the universe and none of the answers than all of the answers and none of the questions. It feels so affirming to know that you don't have to know the answers to everything to be allowed to be here. To get by in life requires very little knowledge. The knowledge that your best is enough, that people are in pain, and because of their pain they do stupid things. That you are here to do great things with the world. That all the joy possible is created from within you. And that you are able to help others find their happiness too. And thank you, dear Deb, for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Sadik, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Ideally, if a child's needs are met, then they are able to have this ability to wonder without worry. And unfortunately, not everyone had a childhood in which they were afforded that opportunity. But that precious ability to wonder without worry is something available for everyone, no matter the time in which you are alive, child, youth, adolescent, adult, or an elder. ASI, you share that knowing too much gives you anxiety. Patterns formed, no surprises, trying to feel your way through. I can certainly relate to that. Theoretical knowledge can fill our mind, but until it becomes practical, it's just taking up space. I certainly have been known to filling my mind with all sorts of theoretical knowledge about higher dimensional spaces, mathematical objects, and theories, the nature of the universe down to the quantum level, all the way to the cosmic. So much information about ancient scriptures and leading oneself all the way back to the source, from the body, through the senses, the mind, the intellect, the ego, the consciousness, to find that non-dual ultimate reality, Brahman. But it just gave me more anxiety. And I would have so many anxiety attacks because of that. And my father would console me and say, "You know, you're so intelligent." And I would say, "Yes, that's the problem. I wish I wasn't, because I wouldn't overthink everything." But I learned that we don't have to be so analytical. We don't always have to be rationalizing everything, or coming to terms, or coming to understand things in terms of binary logic. That there's a path which takes us beyond theory, straight into the heart of practice, so that we may engage with the world beyond thought. We use our thoughts not as a warehouse of ideas, but as a source of possibilities to express oneself in each moment. We don't have to figure out this whole world to be a part of it. We just have to be open to being kind, to having patience. Because at the end of the day, how your day has went probably did not depend on whether you know that the strong nuclear force is due to color confinement in the heart of protons, neutrons, and other hadrons. How your day-to-day life is going to go probably doesn't depend on whether or not you can solve for the metric tensors and the Einstein field equation and get the right constants to cancel out the symmetries. Your day is probably going to go as well as you are open, as well as you are compassionate, as well as you are full of love, as well as you are understanding, not of the ultimate nature of the universe, but of those around you. Because primarily, we're people, and we live personal lives. But of those around you, because primarily, we're people, and we live personal lives. But of those around you, because primarily, we're people, and we live personal lives to bring out the greatest potential in those around us. I'm not sure what that is, dear Hexagon, what NHI stands for, but I used to be deeply afraid of the prospect of nuclear war. I think it's incredible that we have the technology to wipe us off the face of the earth. As Robert Oppenheimer said upon seeing the Trinity tests that he helped devise go off, he was reminded of a verse from the Bhagavad Gita where Krishna reveals his cosmic form to Arjuna and says, well, he paraphrased it as, "I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." But a more modern translation is a little different, that I have become time, the destroyer of worlds. And with time, all things that have a beginning come to an end also. But the good news is that does not apply to us, because we are not mere flesh bodies that go through life in our meat sacks. That's our instrument of experience. But the experiencer, that consciousness, the ultimate goal to discover that which texts like Robert Oppenheimer was reading the Bhagavad Gita point us to realize that there will be conflict in the world from now until forever. It is the nature of the world to have the capacity to change. And the reason we are here in this place of suffering is not due to some accident or some unempathetic creator, but due to a very precise and beautiful relationship. That as infinite consciousness, taking incarnation again and again through the body, we have nothing to gain from this world, but we have everything to give. We have the capacity to help those who are suffering. We have the capacity to make political change for the benefit of others. We have the capacity to heal trauma. We have the capacity to provide solutions, since the world provides the problems. And thus engaged so, we fulfill our purpose, as life has the most meaning when we are working for something higher. And this world, in its conflict, gives rise to possibility of what we could be doing for the better. And with that perspective, all of the adversity that exists in the world becomes a noble challenge for each of us to attend to and provide our unique experience in support with. Dear Christopher, thank you for the heart me that you sent a moment ago to. Namah Shivaya. Phoenix, you ask, actually, who am I reincarnated from? More than one at the same time, you're assuming. Of course. And the number of beings I'm currently reincarnated as is about 7 or 8 billion humans. And how many trillion animals? How many quadrillion plants? For the very same soul in me is within you too. As we all refer to ourselves as I and me, And it's no coincidence that we share that same sentiment of consciousness, of sentience, that I am here, I am experiencing, I am awake. Though we experience different things due to different bodies, different minds, we are all part of the same life, the same universe, witnessing itself from different perspectives. And the more I can realize that, the more I realize that I have a duty not just to take care of this body and mind, but your body and mind, and all of the bodies and minds that life has to experience itself through. And thank you, Trenchant Luminescent, for the heart me you sent too. And a rose. Kring Kalikai Namaha. And Anazek, thank you for your finger heart. Radhe Radhe. Dear Blueberry Muffin Chef, you share that. You think they call that the egg theory, that everyone is one soul reincarnated over and over. That is expressed in the poem called The Egg by Andy Weir, as popularized by Kurzgesagt, animation YouTube channel, in a nutshell. And what's unique to the egg is that after this life, we may go back in time to live the life of someone else, or forward in time, and thus it becomes one soul which is experiencing every other. And this comes from an even more ancient idea of consciousness being the unifying aspect in everyone. And it is true that we all share the same consciousness. We have different minds, we have different bodies, and we don't get to experience all of consciousness all at once. In the ancient scriptures which talk about this, the Vedas, the first revelations, they speak of this, that the Atma, the Self, is one with the Self within all beings, the Brahman. But there is a distinction between you and I. We do have different jivas, but the same Atma. The problem is the English word soul refers to both jiva and Atma simultaneously, which makes for some very confusing philosophical arguments. So we have to be precise in that. When we speak of the soul as jiva, as an individual point of expression, then we have different points of view. But if we speak of the essence of that consciousness, the Atma, that in me is the same as you. And this comes from Vedanta, the philosophical study of the Vedas, the first revelations from maybe 5,000 years ago. And thank you, dear John F., for your heart me, your friendship necklace, your finger heart, and your tiny Yahoo! And did I thank you, Trenchant Luminescence, for your tiny Yahoo! Rising Lion, you were wondering if I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe that the source within all religions is one, and it appears manifest time and time again through people whom are intimately connected with that one, such as the Son, Yeshua, the Christos of Nazareth, Jesus Christ. And thank you, dear Talon, for the heart me you sent to. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And dear Echo Leaf, thank you for your trio of roses. It's nice to see you again. Mani Padme Hum. Renette, if I pronounce your name right, you ask, how can one handle a very toxic political person who is a great danger to all of us on this earth? By remembering that the greatest change in life does not happen at the political level, but at the level of one's heart. At the level of politics, they provide a challenge for us to overcome within our heart. Great change first happens within one's heart, and then it spreads to the mind. From the mind, the whole body. From the body to their room. From their room to their house. From their house to everyone inside. From there to their community. From their community to their neighborhood. From their neighborhood to their village. From their village to their town. From their town to their city. From their city to their state. From their state to their country. From their country to the world. If one wishes for good in this world, then it starts small within and works its way out. Politics is a kind of karma that some people have to go through. If you are put in a position of power, it means you owe a great debt to people. And whether or not they actually serve their people to erase that karma or not is up to them. So for those who are leaders, they are going through a period of taking accountability for past lives of inflicting harm. And if they make a mistake again, then they will have to go through that again. But for those who do not owe a debt to the people, they will not be put in a position of power. And that is why those who are in power are the people that require the most healing, the most love, because they've been afforded an opportunity to return something back to the people. But our duty at the level of the populace is to bring love to our local community, and with that inspire change. And today, because the world is so much closer, then even those who are suffering on the other side of the world we can help, because they are a part of our local digital community, and therefore digitally also we are able to attend to those in need too. Namaste. Dear Ryan, you had asked, what is the relationship between Shiva and Shakti? Shiva is the Shaktiman, to put it in terms of Shakti. Shakti by herself means energy. Shiva, as the Shaktiman, is the source of energy, the potential. As there are two forces in life, the potential and the manifestation, the potency, the energetic and the energy, the possibility and the fruition. Shiva represents the possibility. Shakti represents that becoming manifest. Shiva is Purusha, the primordial consciousness, and Shakti is the Prakriti, the primordial nature. We experience because of Purusha and Prakriti coming together. The experiencer is known as Shiva, as Purusha. And that which is experienced comes from the experience, is the Shakti, the Prakriti. Thank you, dear Omar, for the heart me you sent a minute ago also. Ram Ram. And Phoenix, you mentioned the Gayatri Mantra. You were very close with your spelling. I imagine it may come up if you Google that, but Gayatry, Gayatri, is the name of that mantra. It's a very beautiful mantra, a very ancient mantra, coming from the Rig Veda, the oldest of the Vedas. It's been used as a chant for millennia. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. It means Om. What does Om mean? Well, we'd need a whole live stream just to cover that. But Om is known as the Chaturkanda, that which four parts. There is the state of creation, as it transforms into preservation, as it transforms into dissolution, as it fades into impersonal space. Altogether, represents the process of a whole cycle of existence, coming in and out of being. Bhur refers to the earth, or more spiritually, the material existence, including our body. Bhuva refers to that which is above, namely the air, or more spiritually, our mind. And Svaha refers to the great beyond, namely the celestial plane, or more spiritually, our consciousness itself. Om Bhur-Bhuva Svaha. From Om, we go from the material existence to a mental existence and to a conscious existence. Tatsaviturvarenyam. There we find that Tat Savitu, that sun in the celestial plane, or more spiritually, the source of light from within that illumines our five senses. Savituhu Varenyam, worthy of worship, meaning worthy of bringing our attention to, considering, revering for its mystery. Bhargo, dissolver of darkness, in the case of the sun, in the case of our inner light, dissolver of ignorance. Devasya, feminine divine, that which shines brightly, manifest. Dhimahi, we meditate upon. Dhiyo yona, intellect of ours. Prachodayat, may you enlighten. Altogether, Om, from the earth, material existence, to the air, to the mental existence, to the celestial plane, the conscious existence. There we find that sun-like radiance, illuminating our experience, worthy of our worship. Dissolver of darkness, of ignorance, feminine divine, we meditate upon. May you enlighten and propel our intellect. Om Bhur-Bhuva Svaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo. 9 Yonah Prachodayat. 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 9 spoken very highly, even by the Buddha 2,500 years ago, saying that there is no other poem or poetic meter more beautiful than that of the Gayatri. And thank you, dear Giuliano, for your cloud bread, your GG, your rose and TikTok. Radhe, Radhe. And good night, dear soul. Caitlin, you ask, is Shiva the hill, or the ball that rolls down it? Or is Shiva the essence of the potential? I like that. You heard potential and you thought physics. That's how my brain works too. Yeah, gravitational potential energy. Yes, I love your metaphor. Shiva would be the hill. Shiva would be the gradient from high to low. And the kinetic energy that, well, makes up all the atoms in the hill and the body and propels it into motion, that would be the Shakti. Phoenix, you were taught the Gayatri when you were 5. That's beautiful. How auspicious that is. I wonder in what context you heard such a sacred hymn. And babe, you were wondering what language I was speaking. In that mantra, Sanskrit, the oldest known, definitively spoken language, in particular, Vedic Sanskrit. Initiation, well, that makes sense, given that the Gayatri is an initiation mantra. Now I must question, what lineage were you initiated into? Please feel free to not answer such a personal question. I am just very curious. Babe, you were wondering if my parents taught me this. They taught me how to keep an open mind, to be able to find value in things like that. So I can thank them for allowing me the space for my personal discovery of these things too. Blaine, you shared that you just wanted to thank me for calming your stressed nights, as my voice is perfect for meditation. Oh, that must be why I meditate so easily. I just listen to my own voice. I'm just kidding. I'm very happy that my voice is soothing for you. And I wish to affirm you that all comfort that can be afforded in this space is you too. All that is possible within you. Therefore, even when my voice no longer will make its way around this earth, comfort will absolutely be possible for you. Dear Lanad, you ask if I'm single. I'm afraid my heart has been stolen, but by no one in particular. You know, there's a beautiful word in Sanskrit. The word is Swami. Formally, it's used as a title. And as a title, this is not something I have. But the word itself means husband of the mother. And mother means manifest potential in this universe. And I can tell you that she, as Mother Nature, has stolen my heart just the same. And I look upon everyone in my life like a mother. So, people can be attracted to me, but it would be very complicated given that I see them as a mother. So without getting Freudian, I must give love platonically. Brave Bella, thank you for your finger heart. Please allow me to send one to you too. Radhe, oh Radhe. If you're wondering how long I'm visiting Earth for, until my cosmic visa expires. What's my cosmic visa? I guess the telomeres at the end of my DNA. When they unwind and I go kaput. Earth is my home. I'm happy to be here. I hope to be here for as long as I need to be here. And I can't imagine that the possibilities to be able to express myself and give love and attend to all the interesting challenges in the world would ever disappear. I think this world is ripe for as long of a residence as I am allowed to be here. That's a fun word, Sadik. You identify as panamorous, not panoramas. You know, having a kind of love that is panamorous is like having a panorama of love. Phoenix, you asked the chat, are there other women feeling maternal towards this kid? You just want to make me a sandwich and give me a tight hug? That's very sweet of you. Well, the Buddha said that because this world has no beginning, your experience of it does not either. And therefore, we must have been the mother at some point to each other, including our brother or significant other, and perhaps even our own mother. Maybe, just maybe, when we promise someone that we'll love them forever and in all ways, then truly, I love you in this life as a sibling, in the next as a parent, the next as a puppy, and the next as a worm to prove you. Doesn't matter if you'd love me if I was a worm, I'd still love you if I was a worm. And then the next, we're going to be bullies in high school. And then we're going to have an enemies to lovers arc. And then the next one, I'm going to be a birdie that makes sure to wake you up in the morning before you go to work. And in the next one, I'm going to be a tree that provides you shade when you got lost behind the school and couldn't find your parents. And in the next one, I am going to be a virus that infects you, so that when you go in, you get checked, they find a disease that wouldn't have been found otherwise. And in your next life, in our next life, I will be a kitty cat that's gonna knock all the things off your table. And I'm gonna teach you again and again the purpose of boundaries and how you can never take my curiosity away. And thank you, dear native girl, for your heart me and 10 roses. Namah Shakti Shivaya. I love that, Nova. Unconditional love is active love versus passive love. Just like you can turn on a water faucet without being thirsty, you can activate love at will. That's beautiful. And JV, thank you for your finger heart too. Bhram Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Jose Francisco, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Anazak, thank you for your trio of roses too. Namo Rudraya. Phoenix, you're wondering how I recharge. Well, I take my extension cord. I gotta make sure that I got the right port. USB Type-C. No lightning, no micro USB. Make sure the voltage and amperage is just right. But of course, by cord, I take the tether to my unconscious, to the abode of... But of course, by cord, I take the tether to my unconscious, to the abode of Shivaya. Now I think my internet disconnected me for a moment. But if I have returned, please let me know. Back, good to hear. You know, like all human beings, sleep is the best meditation. When we withdraw our senses from the material world and even our mental world, from the physical, from the subtle, and rest in the causal body, the Karan, then we are united with Source. Even though the ultimate goal of life is to consciously realize Source, we still reunite with Source every night in deep sleep. And it is there that the body engages in healing and our immune response becomes rejuvenated. Even subconscious thoughts that are traumatized have a chance to find some equilibrium in deep sleep too. Sleep is vital. And a good way of achieving a healthy sleep is by ensuring that for the 12 hours surrounding the middle of when we'd like to be asleep, we make sure to be understimulated. even if you don't sleep 12 hours, which is going to be the normal. Perhaps you sleep 8 hours. But the 2 hours before and after sleep, we should also use for rest, but in a different way. For the 2 hours before we go to sleep, we can turn off the lights in our house. We can turn down any music. We can extinguish any candles. We slowly bring ourselves from the waking state into a period of rest. And in the morning also, for the first few hours, it is good to slowly bring yourself into the day. Morning is the best time to consciously meditate, just before breakfast. And we ensure that we have a reasonable amount of time before waking up and our first responsibility. And ideally that should give us 12 hours of our day for rest, and a portion of that being for sleep, and then 12 hours of our day for activity. And if we are balanced in such a way that our rest matches our activity, then we shouldn't ever feel totally exhausted or overburdened. For those 12 hours we are on. And the next 12 hours we are off. But mind you, everyone is different. And due to their responsibilities, they cannot balance it in such a way. So for those, I recommend finding more out-of-the-box ways of finding rest. Like if you are working 14-hour shifts at a hospital, during whatever moment you have away from the action, meditate. Enter a state of conscious rejuvenation. Any moment that we can enter that, make use of that too. Thank you for your good night wishes, Grinette. And thank you, dear Epic Spotlights, for your affirmation. And sweet dreams, dear Phoenix, too. Mom Star Nation, thank you for the finger heart you sent. Radhe, Radhe. And Wake Up and Twinkle, thank you for your heart, me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Mermander, thank you for your heart, me as well. Hare Krishna. Jar, you're wondering if I follow the Hare Krishna religion. You are just curious. Well, by itself, the Hare Krishna movement is not a religion per se, as it is one way of being a part of a much greater religion, a part of Hinduism. But even then, Hinduism is not like the view of religion that we may have here in the West as some structured, organized, spiritual community. It's much more broad and very unstructured. We find structure not through hierarchies of authority, but in our own personal experience of the divine. Now, there is an organization surrounding the Hare Krishna movement, and that's known as the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, ISKCON, and I am not affiliated with it. They were founded by a spiritual figure named A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. By his guru's wish, he wanted to spread the Maha Mantra around the globe, just as generations before, a spiritual being known as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had shared the Maha Mantra all around India. It's said in the Santarana Upanishad, an ancient scripture coming from the Vedas, humanity's earliest revelation, that a great sage named Narada approached Brahma, the creator, and asked, in the coming age of Kali, of darkness, what is the means of crossing the ocean of Maya, of material existence? Brahma said, there is no other means than chanting the 16 names of Narayan. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Doing so will grant you passage across this ocean of samsara, of cycles of births and deaths, and you shall attain liberation. It's one of many ways to the ultimate, and you can chant it regardless of your affiliation. I chant it even though I'm not affiliated with ISKCON. Personally, I do not believe in organized religion. I think it should be a more personal approach. And personally, if an organized structure works for you, that's great. For me, I like to go off the path. I like to discover that which has yet to be explored. As the paths that lead in convergence to the ultimate are vast and unending. And that diversity speaks to the infinitude of rays that have emanated from that one source. Thank you for listening, Shar. Anazak, you share that sometimes you spend 10 hours in meditation and feel perfectly relaxed and restored. That is very auspicious, and I'm honored to have such a great being like you here. It's wonderful. You are an inspiration to those who wish to deepen their meditative practice. Blueberry Muffin Chef, you share that I do a great sleep meditation as these lives make you feel so safe. I'm so happy to hear that. And I'll be really conscious of the fact that with the feeling of safety comes a lot of trust and vulnerability, and that reminds me that I have to be very careful with the audience I have, and that helps me become even more gentle, knowing that there is such a sacred trust like that here. And I love what you said about Samsara, wake up and twinkle, that it is full of truth and light. It is a place only found by oneself. You know, many speak of Nirvana by these words in comparison to Samsara as a cycle of suffering. But one of the highest teachings is that Samsara and Nirvana are one that even in this place of suffering, we can find, pardon me, the greatest peace. Nirvana is Samsara. And oh, what was on my cheek? You painted I love you with was it lipstick or something? Thank you for that, Shar, and your cake. Hare Ram. Jim, you were wondering where I learned that affection. Well, in many ways, I received affection from people in my life that taught me the value of it. And there are many people who have not felt that affection, and that taught me the preciousness of it. And there are times in which I have not felt affection, and that taught me how important it is for me to be affectionate for everyone too. And thank you, dear Jay, for the dancing flower. Radhe, Radhe. It's very cute. And John F., thank you for your flowers too. Om Namo Buddhaya. Bastion, yes, you may ask what my thoughts are on past lives. You share that you have remembered things through sleep meditation. That's very interesting. I am not privy to my past lives, and sometimes I feel like it's none of my own business. That this life is the one that I'm living presently, and therefore everything I need is here before me. It is only natural for us to feel like we have been here before, because whatever illumines this conscious experience is something totally, categorically different from matter and energy itself. The field of consciousness is unlike any object of our experience because it is a subject rather than an object. It is one to whom things occur to, rather than that which occurs to anyone. Therefore, that which is categorically different from matter must not share attributes of matter, like the constant changing of forms. Instead, it must be devoid of location, devoid of time. As a space, it is neither created nor destroyed, but is the very place in which our experiences are maintained. That consciousness has surely seen more than just one body come and go, along with all its memories, its thoughts, its feelings. This feeling of having a body comes from the fact that we are not a body with a consciousness, but consciousness with a body. And if we look close, we notice that our body is within our experience entirely. Every part of our body is contained within us. Thank you, dear Mermander, for your little crown and your garland headpiece. Radhe, Radhe. Asad, you were wondering how my way of speaking developed. I used to listen to recordings of myself when I was younger, and I can't even understand myself. I'm amazed that I was able to even have conversations with others. I think the only way my parents knew what I was saying is because they were so used to it. I just spoke in a way that was very mumbly. There wasn't much distinction between my syllables, and sometimes I'd stutter. Since learning from many stories that I love listening to, I find that the way of expressing oneself that leads to the most mutual understanding is slow and articulated speech. And of course, I wouldn't necessarily speak exactly how I do when I'm ordering a sandwich or speaking to my kitties. I have found that when discussing sincere spiritual concepts, it's so important to convey them with pace, with a kind of gentleness. And to me, that has come very naturally, since it holds the meaning in a very delicate way, where it's able to be unboxed with great care. And dear Raisin Brand, you're wondering what I think of chants like Om Namah Shivaya. Actually, that's the chant I've been doing every time I do a bead on this Rudraksha Mala. Pardon me. Mala means a rosary. Rudra refers to a very ancient form of Shiva. And Aksha means a tear. So these are known as Rudraksha beads, as they are tears of Shiva. Shiva is the very space of consciousness in which all of our illusions dissolve, and that is why he is known as the destroyer. The destroyer of karma, the destroyer of avidya, ignorance. The dissolver of the universe, Shiva. Om Namah Shivaya means from creation, through preservation, to the dissolution of existence, that impersonal reality beyond. Namah, salutations. Shiva, Aya, to Shiva. Om Namah Shivaya. Shiva philosophically means nothing, that which is not, because only that which is not a thing can be responsible. But the lap of oblivion in which creation appears, persists through and returns to, kind of nothingness, a zero, not zero, a void, a vacuum, a vacancy, an absence. In that spaciousness, there is an opening. Om Namah Shivaya gets us pointed inward again, so that we become aware of the fact that from darkness all light is born, from silence all music is sung, from space all particles pop in and out of existence, from nothingness everything follows. Shiva is a realization of that nothingness. And with reverence, we can even have love for that which is not a thing. Namah Shivaya. And yes, dear Blueberry Muffin Chef, the next time my cats come knocking at the door, I'll absolutely bring them for show and tell. It was very kind of you for sending those little crowns and garland headpieces earlier, Mermander. Followed by Anna, who sent a manifesting. What are we manifesting together, everyone? Love. Benjamin, thank you for your heart, me too. Radhe Radhe. And Shar, thank you for your 1, 2, 3 friendship necklaces and a corgi and lucky spray. That's very cute. I do feel very lucky when around you. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. We manifest peace, health, and happiness. Peace and love. May we all be lucky. I like that. Markamus, you're wondering what my cats' names are. They are Sandy, which is the orange one, and Shadow, which is the gray one. And they are paternal twins. No, they are maternal twins, meaning that they have the same mother but different fathers. Hello, Cons. Welcome back. Mermander, you're wondering if I could send some peaceful vibes, as you've been feeling restless, and you hope that I am well. I am well. Thank you for asking. You also asked how we feel closer to the divine, as you have a hard time pushing through your anxiety to reach, unless your leaf emoji. I was talking to a friend last night about this phrase, pushing through our feelings. I don't think pushing through is the way I describe my journey with anxiety. Because it was never about trying to be someone I'm not. If I was anxious, I'm anxious. No way around that. If I'm afraid of something, I'm afraid of something. If I'm sad, I'm sad. I don't think pushing myself through any emotion has helped me. What this amounts to is an allowance of feeling, that I really accept that I'm anxious. That if I'm sad, then I'm going to be sad in that moment. And I'll do what a sad person has to do to be sad. If I'm afraid, in that moment I'll be afraid. I'll do what I have to do to be afraid. When I'm anxious, maybe that means calling my mother, telling her that I'm scared. Maybe that means that I curl up in bed and I'm done for the day. Maybe that means going for a walk, getting fresh air, talking to a friend. Maybe that means engaging in a hobby. You know, I do all of these things not I try to convince myself that I'm not anxious, but because I am anxious. And I allow my anxiety to give me this experience of vulnerability. And I appreciate what it compels me to do in the direction of self-love. That I'm grateful I get a chance to call my mother in this moment. I'm grateful that I have a friend to hear me out. I'm grateful that I have hobbies that I can use to redirect my mind. I'm grateful that I have such a beautiful community that I feel safe to walk around in. I'm grateful for the freshness of the air. Anxiety provides me a reminder of all the things I can do. And one of the most fulfilling things for me in those moments of anxiety is to redirect my awareness from getting anything to giving it. That I give my mother a chance to share a lesson with me. I give her my ears. I give my backyard an opportunity for me to be there with it. I give the air my gratitude. I give my hobbies value. I give, and that makes me feel better. Not always is the air going to be fresh, or my hobbies going to be available, nor will my mother pick up, doing girl stuff. Or will my backyard be a place of nature? But there's one place we can always give our love and attention to, no matter where we are. And that's where divine reverence comes in. When I first, I suppose, realized this, it was like, we may have got the impression that the purpose of things like worship or reverence or prayer to some divinity is because it's spiritual law that we have to, or forced to, or just we're supposed to. And I didn't like that. But when I realized that it wasn't about the divine getting anything from me, the divine is the infinite, doesn't need anything from us. But we sometimes need a place to put our love, and the divine says, you can always give it to me. I will always accept it in any form, at any time, in any place. I want you to bring your love to me because it will make you feel better when you have nowhere else to put all the love in your heart. I am within the trees. I am behind your very ears. I am in each cell of your being. I am in the air. I am in all mothers. I am in the trees, backyard. I am the spirit through which you perform all your hobbies. I am the one who will always listen. So it doesn't matter where we are. If we are anxious, and we have no place to give our love, exercising that love to whomever pervades this whole existence, that will be received, and we feel like this moment has meaning because we are contributing to it in some way. As far as peaceful vibes for sleep, remember that nighttime means when the sun has gone down, that everything to be done during the day, you have done. Anything that can be done tomorrow, you will do. And this is a time that you get to rest because you do so much work. What a peaceful experience it will be, allowing yourself to sleep. Thank you, dear Shay, for your octet of roses and another trio of them and a quintet of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And Innovision, thank you for your heart me and meerkat. That's very fun. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Samantha Lee, forgive me for taking so long to thank you for this, but you had sent a trio of roses that I am grateful for. Radhe, Radhe. Celestial Echoes, thank you for that heart me and quartet of finger hearts too. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And Share, thank you for your quintet of tiny dinies earlier too. Yippee! Ikamaru, you had a question. Please do share it. And John F., thank you for your team bracelet earlier. Om Namah Shivaya. Addy, thank you for your subscription too. Kring Kalikaye Namaha. And dear Anazak, thank you for your friendship necklace. Ariom Tatsat. Share, thank you for your tiny tinies. And your friendship necklace too. Yippee! Dominic Official. You are wondering what my favorite emotion is to experience. That would be like asking a parent which child of theirs is their favorite. If a parent gives you an answer, they must not be a very good parent. If I give you an answer, I must not be a very good caretaker of my emotions. Just like a parent, each child gives us a unique challenge. Sure, perhaps one child is the source of relatively more challenges in some ways than another. That doesn't mean that there isn't some treasure that is equally valuable in each experience. Similarly, each emotion, even though some may provide more challenging than another, still is equally valuable for us to experience. Thank you, Silent Storm, for the cloud bread and heart me. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Mermander, thank you for your paper crane. Do I have my paper crane with me? I think I do. I can give you some flaps of the wings. And may you, like a crane, be able to find yourself equipped to handle the ocean, the land, and the air. Ikamaru, you asked, how do we take away lust and have a clean or clear mind? What do we do? Lust is special because if you can conquer lust, you can conquer all other vices like anger, like jealousy, like envy, like greed. In some sense, lust is the root of all the rest. Lust feels like we can't live unless we get this one thing. That finally we will be made complete by the attainment of this object. People do some pretty crazy things for the attainment of that object, whatever it is for them. See, what needs to change with our relationship with this object is that we recognize the value as a reflection of what we already have within. That when we see something that we want, that feeling of wanting it is disguising the fact that we already have it, just in a different way. I'll give you a very funny example. I used to be very, very attracted to long hair in others. And I would spend a lot of time looking at people's hair. And then one day I realized I can grow long hair too. Actually, my longing for something was a reflection of a capacity that I already had within me. Part of the system. Actually, my longing for something was a reflection of a capacity that I already had within me. Part of the system. Namah Shivaya. Now, if my connection has returned, please let me know. For me, it went out. I trust that it shall come back momentarily. Hello, Melinda. We are back. Okay. Thank you, In the Vision, for your paper crane that you sent to Radhe Radhe. We have to be really gentle with ourselves if we wish to transcend lust, because it won't go overnight. Nothing we can do to have it dissolve completely. So any practice which promises to help befriend this experience of lust, it must take place over a long period of time. And during that long period of time, there will definitely be setbacks. There will be times in which we feel like we cannot hold it in any longer and we must go and try to get this. And then we'll realize our mistake again and double down on our practice, back and forth, back and forth. It is natural. But fundamentally, what lust means is that you assume that you are needing anything from your experience that is something pleasurable to see, to feel, to hear, to taste, to touch. When in reality, you have been provided these senses not to get, but to discover where you can give. And the more you can give, the more you recognize your true relationship with the world as a source of love, of happiness, rather than a recipient of these things. That there's nothing we can get from the world that will make us happy permanently. But there are things we can do in service to the world that will make us happy. But there is a joke I will tell you. You know the difference between love, lust, and business. I've told this joke many times here. When it's all about what you can give and not at all about what you can get, that's love. When it's all about what you can get, not at all about what you can give, that's lust. And when it's equally about what you give and what you get, then that's business. Now, of these things, of course, business is much better than lust. But the highest of all transactions is one where we expect nothing in return. And the reason that's important is because otherwise we will be feeding this idea that we are incomplete without something. And everything that we get, that we attain, we still feel incomplete. But the moment that we shift our perspective to expansion, to giving, to spreading joy for everyone in our life and those around the globe, we start to realize very quickly, as a consequence of this shift in our actions, as a result of our faith in this knowledge, that you are the source of joy and life and love that you have to give this world. That you can give and give and give, while taking time to take care of this body and this mind, of course. And you will discover that there's always something more you could have given, always some more love available. You never run out of that, which must tell you something about what's inside. That not only were you whole, were you complete, that you are more than enough when it comes to how much love is inside you. Thank you, Mahina, for your choral. That's very beautiful. Many coral reefs in the world are dying out right now. May this digital one be a reminder of the conservation and preservation efforts that are ongoing and that many have yet to initiate too. Thank you for your 37 roses too. Om Namah Premanandaya. I just made up that mantra. It means salutations to divine love, bliss. Divine love, bliss. I don't know if I got the case ending right for the dative case at the end of Premananda. I don't know if Ananda is a masculine or a feminine word. What do you think? Is bliss something that comes from consciousness from the Purusha, from the still Father? Or does it come from expansion of creation, of Mother Nature, of the feminine? Grammatically, I'm not sure. Shar, thank you for your pair of friendship necklaces. Hari Om Tat Sat. Actually, I think it's feminine because as a nominal, Ananda ends in a nasalization, anuswara, rather than an expulsion of breath, visarga, which could mean either feminine or neuter. Just a curiosity. Anandam. If it's neuter, then the interplay between each facet of life would make a great symbolism for that being true as a source of bliss. Or did I thank you for the most recent pair of friendship necklaces that you had given? You have been so generous that it has come with an added challenge. Whether I have thanked you already for these gifts or not, I will thank you again. Radhe, Radhe. And Khan, thank you for your fire as well. Namah Shakti Shivaya. Blueberry Muffin Chef, you share that bliss seems like it comes from having all your needs met. So which one does that remind you of? That's a beautiful question. You have another question, dear Shikamaru. Do ask. I'm not from here, you ask. What the heck is feminine when dealing with the human emotions? Emotions are, in my opinion, an expression of one's experience. That if someone is experiencing something, may be expressed through an emotion, such as anger, fear, joy, sadness. And to me, expression reminds me of feminine word prakriti, which means the ability or existence to express itself. For example, through our planet as Mother Earth, or the greater nature as Mother Nature. Hello, Loz. Thank you, dear Shar, for your quintet of pumpkin spice lattes. I hope they're decaf. Otherwise, I'll probably explode from that much caffeine. Or just that much liquid in my tummy. So I'll have to share them with you all. Yes, they are decaf. Oh, good. Hello, Lala Michelle. Sebastian, yes, you may ask how old I am. In this body, 22. In the sad, you're wondering if I partake in any physical exercises. I probably could be doing more of that than I am. Probably the biggest form of exercise for me just comes from walking. I like a good walk, a good hike, really. There are many wonderful hiking places around me too. Thank you, Sebastian. Don't let me fool you. In many ways, I'm very immature. Dominic, you're wondering if you think we are a product of our own emotions or other people's emotions, or both, or neither. Aren't our emotions a product of us, since we're the ones producing them, rather than it being that our emotions produce us? You can choose to identify with an emotion. In the same way, you can choose to not feel like this is truly expressive of your nature at this moment. Like, for example, if the emotion of anger arises, with higher knowledge, you can affirm to yourself that even though this emotion is occurring to me right now, it is not me. I am more than just this anger. Brave Bella, you share that a lot of your state parks are being turned into pickleball courts. That would upset me too. But if I was a pickleball player, oh boy, I'd be happy. And since I'm not, I now have even more preciousness for the parks that are not pickleball courts. I hope we can continue to conserve them. And for those who do play pickleball, I hope that they make the most use out of them, given that it was a precious space. And thank you, Peter, for the rose you sent. Radhe, Radhe. Yikamaru. Alright, your question is, what to do to have a mindset of loving, understanding, and genuinely connecting with all you encounter? I love this question. That right there is an amazing question. The very fact that you ask that proves that you have everything you need to have, this mindset. Because asking that question implies that you're open to being more than what you are for the pursuit of other people's peace. Which means that we see within ourselves the possibility for growth. And I think that's the biggest qualification right there. But a mindset, the general atmosphere of one's mind, this is something cultivated by the knowledge we bring to our intellect, according to the model of the 4 anthakarans, the 4 inner faculties of cognition. Our manas, our mind, is determined by the knowledge we give to our buddhi, our intellect. Like a superintendent that is looking over our mind, choosing which thoughts to bring more of or less of, cultivating a mindset. Depending on which thoughts we engage in by the choice of one's intellect, then our mindset is cultivated in such a direction. So if the way to cultivate a mindset is through our intellect, how is the path forward in accommodating the right knowledge to give our intellect? To put it in other words, what kind of knowledge should we keep in our intellect so that it continues to make decisions that cultivate the mindset for the pursuit of love and understanding and compassion? What sort of knowledge would inspire more thoughts about love, understanding, compassion? What sort of piece of information would make this something that becomes more and more natural? You're welcome to answer, but in the absence of one, I will provide my own. Hello, Michelle, aka Spaghetti on a Plate. Bethany. Story of the egg. I like that, Karma Cat. Story of the egg posits that the universe is like an egg, and all of us comprise the same being. And therefore, that perspective, this knowledge, would absolutely lead to love, compassion, and understanding of others. Since, by this logic, everyone is a part of us. And since we know how important it is for ourselves to be loved, understood, and being given compassion, then we would know how important it is for others too, since they are a part of ourself also. Any sort of knowledge which seeks to expand your sense of self, to be inclusive to all of life, where we feel the presence of our own spirit pervading not just this body, but of those around us, of our nature, of all the animals and plants. We can feel, genuinely feel, like together we are a part of this great being, like one big organism. In a similar way that all the cells in our body work together to form this multicellular organism. Or zooming into a cell, in the same way that all the organelles work together to form all the functions of a cell. We feel oneness with everyone around us, kind of interconnectivity. Repeatedly bringing this kind of knowledge to our intellect, our mindset gets cultivated in such a way that it becomes only natural. But I am missing something, which is that I haven't expressed how to get that knowledge. I'm assuming you all have that, but it might not come so easily than just hearing it. And so with that, we should continue to study from sources that proclaim this kind of knowledge. That's the power of Sangha, of bringing our sense of self into the right places, the right people, the right things, which continue to give us this kind of knowledge the kind of knowledge that liberates a person's mind rather than traps it. So, some energy will be required to direct our attention from sources that are not conducive to this. Ideally, it is said that 2 hours per day should be spent on something spiritual. And spiritual doesn't have to mean that you're holding a crystal up to your third eye and bathing in the moonlight in the middle of the night without clothes on. Or any kind of ceremonial, ritualistic, traditional activity. Spending 2 hours for something spiritual could just mean that you call your grandmother and you let her talk about some source of wisdom for her. It could mean reading a book that expands your mind. It could mean meditating. It could mean spending time in nature. It could be attending some community which is there to uplift you. Especially if you're part of a minority group, women's groups, groups for the neurodivergent, groups for the LGBT, groups for those who are of certain ethnicity that may be marginalized. Anytime you have some group meant to uplift you, oftentimes there is a spiritual component there. Confiding in a community, one that is there to be all-inclusive. We will find sentiments being shared of the kind of perspectives which seek to provide love and understanding and compassion. But the key word is Sangha, which is what I have titled this live. And it refers to some sort of space that ultimately you give yourself in order for the cultivation of these kinds of truths to be harbored. An explorative time that you take for yourself, whether you're in nature or reading a book, or even writing in a journal. All of these satsangs, these sincere associations, bring our sense of self to a more expanded state. And the knowledge that comes from that experience, seated in our intellect, produces a mindset that is liberating. This has been a very long-winded answer, but it's very conducive to more and more points, as there are many aspects that beautifully come together with this topic. But you had another question, dear Shikamaru. You are welcome to share it indeed. But thank you, dear Innovision, for the stinging bee you sent a few minutes ago. I hope it doesn't sting any of you. I hope it doesn't sting anyone. Dear Andrew, thank you for your pair of disco loves as well. Radhe Radhe. And dear JV, thank you for your quartet of hearts. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Michelle, thank you for your ice cream cone. Hare Ram. Namaste, dear Magdalene. I hope you got my my WhatsApp message as I heard it was your birthday yesterday. I wanted to extend my gratitude for you having been in this Sangha yesterday on an important day for you. I actually wanted to share your song today at the end of the live, or we could do it whenever, really. I was just thinking near the end, for show and tell, since you wrote such a beautiful song. Shikamaru, your question was, how does one get rid of bad habits? And what should you think of yourself every day as a being in this world? You have beautiful questions. Well, bad habits, we have to humanize them. A habit cannot go if we stigmatize it. Unfortunately so. That if we shame someone for having some habit, usually the habit persists. Sometimes it even gets more intense because bad habits are often an unhealthy coping mechanism. And if we give someone another thing to cope with, like shame, sometimes that mechanism can be even more powerful. The key is to shift our mechanisms from something unhealthy to more healthy. We ask ourselves, what am I attempting to do through this habit that can be done in something more healthy? Now, of course, it's not going to be that easy, as though we can simply interchange a bad habit with a good one, because part of what makes a bad habit so prominent and good habits rare is because the good habits often sacrifice temporary gratification for long-term fulfillment, whereas poor habits, they sacrifice long-term fulfillment for short-term gratification. Like in the case of maybe drinking every night. That could be a habit of someone, drinking alcohol. In the temporary, in the short term, it helps us relax at the end of the day. It may make us a little looser. It might allow us to process the things we've had during the day a little easier, take it less seriously. But in the long term, our liver gets damaged. We spend so much money on this substance. We spend so much energy trying to acquire it. And that can take energy away from our relationships. And we become dependent on it. Now, a much more difficult but more healthy habit would be to end your day with maybe a meditation. That we're still getting the same benefits. We might feel a little looser. We might be able to process our day a little better. We might be able to relax after a hard day. And though it's not something the mind wants to do, because the mind never likes shifting gears from activity to inactivity, and we might not see the benefits immediately, over time, people who spend a portion of the end of their day meditating, I imagine that the reverse of many of those unfortunate consequences will be true. In the case of drinking instead, that we might find ourselves getting healthier because we make better decisions. Our relationships are becoming more sincere since we've been giving ourselves space to reflect on our actions at the end of our day. And meditation is free. Mind you, meditation is just much harder to do than pouring ourselves a glass of whatever. But we have to be willing to look for the long-term benefits as something which is more important than how we feel in the short term, as that's the only way to transcend some temporary habit in the negative sense. It requires an uphill battle, an upstream resistance. It takes energy to transition from one habit to another. And everything that is healthy is harder to do than everything that is unhealthy. But our long-term health is so much more important. And before long, it begins to add up day by day. Incremental growth. The positive effects compound, and they beget even more positivity. Now, your second question that I didn't address was, what should you think of yourself every day as a being in this world? That you are a being in this world, but not of it. That this world is here before you. That it has appeared to you out of grace, for you to be able to love, to understand, to bring compassion. And that nothing that happens in this world truly happens to you. You witness life, but you are not affected by it. And we realize that potential by utilizing even the challenging moments as opportunities for the development of some strength, like patience when someone is angry, like healing when someone is hurt, like acknowledgement when someone is unheard, like empathy when someone is lost. Even when those things arise within this body, this mind, we can be the medicine that we need. Of course, in a spiritual sense, there is still going to be a need for doctors and psychiatrists, but when it comes to what we are experiencing as a reaction to our circumstance, we can use those moments as opportunities of introspection and reflection also. Thank you, dear Babble Fishy, for your heart me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. That's very beautiful, Blueberry Muffin Chef. You remember a birth doula? I've never heard of a birth doula, but they once said, this pain isn't happening to you, it's happening with you. That's beautiful. I'm going to guess that that's someone who helps the process of birth, like a midwife. I don't know if that's the correct term or not. Essentially, imagine it's more than that. Now, what did dear Magdalene say about sharing her song? You did get my message. Oh, good. Are you comfortable with us sharing your song? I know I asked you earlier. I just wanted to double check. Good evening, Davin. Your heart is open to share. Wonderful. I think we can explore this song in this moment. I feel like it's a good moment anyway. So I'm going to turn down the music that we've been listening to make some space for dear Magdalene's song. Where is my music coming from? There it is. All right. I had even prepared a little a title to display. So this song that Magdalene has shared with me and through me to all of you is called The Song of the Rain and the Rain of a Songbird. And I just wanted to read a little bit about it since you provided that too. Featured within this track is a portion to an audio recording of a mediumistic reading I received, I'm going to speak as you, I received in the year of 2018 from an ordained spiritual minister who dwells within the psychic capital of the world. When speaking, the spiritualist emphasizes the sovereignty on behalf of the Vishuddha, the fifth chakra that is our center of communication, self-expression, and truth. When working alongside our guides during my Reiki session, it was brought to the practitioner's attention that my Vishuddha was obstructed and needed further fostering. Throughout the trajectory of my youth, my voice remained explicitly suppressed, hindering my ability to vocalize accordingly, which ultimately carried into my adolescence, thus creating perennial unjust conditions that severely restricted my potential to prosper and advocate for myself. Exploring the depths of my solitude, where I often found myself silenced, surfaced an undeniable sense of creativity so transparent that my truth that allowed my self-expression to thrive. With music, sense of creativity so transparent, I missed the line, that allowed my self-expression to thrive, with music and art being an intrinsically fundamental contribution towards my expressive nature. Thus, cultivating the inception to the poetry of my experiences throughout my lifetime, that in which developed the foundation of lyrical evolution that conceived the Song of the Rain and the Rain of the Songbird. This is but a mere portion to my story, though a privilege to finally share. May we all allow ourselves to strengthen our ability to take responsibility for ourselves and say what we mean, what we want, and who we are.
Sharpened
Thank you for listening, everyone. And thank you, dear Magdalene, for allowing me to play that for everyone here. Needless to say that the only words that could describe the beauty of that song are the very ones you chose to sing in it. What a powerful message, and what a vulnerable part of your journey that you are empowered to find strength in and relate with others. And again, since it was your birthday yesterday, happy birthday. Just like your song, you are certainly a gift to the world. And on your birthday, I hope you received many too in return. I'm happy that many people loved it. Seems like it really touched a lot of people's hearts here. Thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. I'm always happy to host a space, not just to share my own experience, but of your own as well. Oh, what a beautiful sentiment. Thank you for holding space for your voice to be heard. Ah, how divine. I love sharing what you guys make, what everyone makes, and if you wanted to share something too, I'd be happy to accommodate that. In the link tree in my bio, there is a form that you can fill out to share something too, a Google form, I think I call it show and tell application. You can drop a music file or a video or a PDF, and I'd be happy to use a portion of this space and time to share something from you. And Don Suela, you share that with all this musical talent here, there's going to need to be a Yam compilation album in the future. That's lovely, but it certainly doesn't have to have my name on it, since the real musician is you. Of course, you have to be called Sangha, something like that. Thank you, Zadina Toren, for your heart me. So much love being shared around. Makes me very happy to see. There's still some time that I feel comfortable being live, so happy to continue having the space. But Shikamaru, you shared that you had another question that's a bit practical. Oh, good. Practicality is very important to share. Gardening Grey Gargi, you ask, what about Sanghi sound sessions? Oh yes, triple S. I like that alliteration a lot. Sanghi sound sessions. That's beautiful. Lotus Bell, wellness. You ask, why does it give you Dracula vibes in a nice way? Well, if you're referring to me, I do look like a vampire in some ways. Except, I don't require any blood. And immortality can be granted simply through understanding that the nature of consciousness is not dependent upon a physicality to exist, and therefore there needs to be no vampiric, oh, it's a tough adjective, vampiric transaction. Thank you for being here, Anazek. Namaste. I think my eye caught that there was a question about the word namaste before we listened to the song. Someone had asked, Davin, you asked, is there a translation for namaste in Sanskrit? That's the topic of my most recent video. So, be a great segue for you to watch that. But namaste comes from two words. Comes from Namah. Namah means salutations. It means a bow, as in bowing before someone. And at the end of Namah, there is something called a visarga, an expulsion of breath. Namah, Namah. So we give our breath in this word. It's a beautiful grammatical element of the breath. And te is to you, the dative form of tvam, meaning you. So Namaha and te form together, Namaste, and due to something called Sandhi, the joining of sounds, the expulsion of breath at the end, since we are literally just breathing out and our tongue moves towards our teeth to produce the T sound in te, it picks up the dental S sound in the same spot. Namaste. Altogether, namaste means I bow to you, salutations to you. I have reverence for you because you are an expression of truth. Everything that happens in my experience, it must have arisen from the source of life, The source of life is within you. Therefore, you are a portal to the divine. Namaste. I bow before that higher divinity through which you live your life. Yes, you know, Anazek. I know you know, but that dude Davin who was asking before. Thank you, Zadina Turan. You shared that I have a really nice, peaceful, hosting light smile, if you may be so bold. That's very kind of you. Thank you for finding something within me that is so lovely. I hope that I can be the best mirror that I can be, to reflect all of the nicety, peace, and light, and the ability to host space within you. Now, your practical question, Shikamaru, was, by maintaining calmness, you mean, how do I respond to everyday challenges or irritations? I think the challenges and irritations are the best place to maintain calm, aren't they? If there was no challenge, if there was no irritation, then there'd be no need to be calm. Calmness, being a conscious choice, inherently implies an alternative, which is less calm. Therefore, when given the choice, which is what a challenge or an irritation does, maintaining calm is the most empowering decision. And so it's very meaningful to be calm, because it means that we're choosing not to react, not to be irritated. It means that we are allowing some room for life to untie itself, to sort out its tangles. We provide that kind of spacious presence for life to exist. And Ryan, you had asked, what do I think about psychic vampirism? Some very powerful word choices. Psychic, of course, referring to our mind, our psyche, and vampirism referring to some extraction of energy. We can drain others' mental capacity. Just ask any mother having to deal with a temper tantrum. It takes energy to hold space for others. It requires effort to be there for someone. And some people take advantage of that as an excuse not to expend that energy themselves, but they use other people to do something for them, which is not fair because it's not their duty. A person's duty is to fulfill their own responsibilities. And unless we happen to share the responsibilities, we are not responsible for others' duties. We can support them and love them from some kind of distance, but we can't devoid them of their independence. And in a way we do so by allowing people to depend on us. And I'm not talking about children here. I was in my example, but some people try to be our children that just aren't. They have their own They have parents. They don't need another one. Some people rely on their partner as if it was a second mother, a second father. And even though in a relationship there are shared responsibilities, we can never devoid them of some lesson to be learned. And I find that the term people pleaser, it refers to someone who is susceptible to what you might call psychic vampirism, which I think is a little dramatic. But a beautiful lesson for people pleasers is that we want to do good for others by taking their problems away, but sometimes we do the most good by allowing them to be the problem solver themselves so that they can learn their independence too. And to me, that is the solution of the problem of people using their energy or your energy for their benefit. That it may seem compassionate to let them, but the compassionate thing to do, like a mama bird letting her little birdies leave the nest, is to maybe take a few falls until they discover how to flap their wings and fly on their own. And then we are pleasing not just something temporary that they may want in this moment, but something that they need on the level of their soul. Oh, my apologies, Shikamaru. Were there other questions relating to the one that I read? Let me look up. It was, what are things that you personally do to stay tuned with yourself and soul? And how do you maintain the calm demeanor throughout the day or daily? By maintaining calmness, you mean how do you respond to everyday challenges or irritations? With that extra context, that certainly makes for a different answer. Thank you for your patience. What I do to be in tune with one's soul is to remember that I am one. That's called Atma Vidya, the knowledge of being a soul. As long as we can remember our nature, then that should be the basis for our behavior. We ask ourselves before going into any activity, is this action coming from bodily identification, mental identification, or spiritual identification? Maybe the activity is something like eating another slice of cake. Does this come from bodily identification? Or more generally, material identification or spiritual identification? If we know that we're a soul, we don't need this momentary pleasure. We know that it will taste great and blah blah blah. We will have a good time eating this extra slice of cake. Or we could offer it to someone. And does that come from material identification? Oh, it can't possibly. Because offering something which you would have enjoyed for others' benefit must mean that you recognize that the soul within you is not so different from the soul within them, and they are just as entitled to a pleasurable experience as you are. And therefore, that kind of action comes from Atma Vidya. Now maybe this isn't such a great example, Because if we keep feeding our friends cake, of course they'll get unhealthy too. However, the point remains that we may sacrifice something that we would like for the pursuit of the happiness of other souls. So remembering that you are a soul and therefore so everyone else is too. That is enough to base your actions from that principle, keeping awareness of this. How do I maintain a calm demeanor throughout the day or daily? I don't always. And during the times in which I forget things like that the challenges of life are not personal, that everyone is trying their best, and though they may have expressed something in an unhealthy way to me, that doesn't mean I have to express myself in an unhealthy way in return. Forgetting these kinds of things, I do lose my calm from time to time, but I use those moments as a reminder. I try to reflect on those experiences with a kind of curiosity, not a kind of shame that I've done something that's unforgivable, but a genuine, sincere appreciation for the lesson that's there. That I lost my temper. Not something I can change that's in the past. I have hurt someone. Now what can I do? How can I resolve this? If I can't fix it with them, how can I make a difference so that that won't happen again? Or that it's less likely to, at the very least. And from some sense that becomes an inspiration, a meaningful challenge, that there is so much purpose in addressing the fact that there's something that we can do better. Not because we've been doing something worse, we've been doing the best that we can. But now our understanding of what it means to be best has expanded, and there's room to grow. And that possibility allows one to continue being calm. They may make a mistake again and lose their calm, lose their cool, but then that becomes yet another lesson to deepen a sense of serenity again and again. And the waves of life keep on crashing. They continue to sweep us off our feet, but we find steady foothold. Each time a wave gets us to get back up again, we know where not to stand. And slowly but surely, by the process of elimination, we find the right footholds, or maybe the right movement. Not just resist the wave, but flow with this experience. A kind of resilience, a fluidic resilience, in the same way that a surfer needs to ride the wave, not merely survive the wave. Thank you, Zadina Choren, for your 10 team bracelets and a trio of rosas a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And hello, Delaney. Peter, thank you for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. Darlin, thank you for your pair of roses. Thank you for asking and thank you for listening. Shikamaru, your questions are very insightful. And Anazek, Thank you for your trio of roses. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Hello, Mikael. Kring Kalikaye Namaha. Verity, your name meaning truth. Thank you for your heart, me. Jai Sita Ram. Hybrid Jen, thank you for the rose you sent to. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Greg, thank you for that subscription that you sent. Never is it expected for anyone here to return again, but I am honored to be a part of our shared journey as we relate in each other's experiences of this life. I am doing well. Thank you for asking, Mikael. How are you? Hello, sounds. It's okay. You need not refer to me by any terminology that makes me more of a teacher. And I am a student, since I learn every day something new. Same as you. And dear Anna, thank you for your rose. Namah Shakti Shivaya. You are good, Mikael. I'm happy to hear that. And I'm happy to hear that you find a sense of calmness in my voice, Anderson. And Sakura, you share that you are sharing your life to your family member as she needs spirituality and is interested in learning. Please teach her well. I will do my best as I continue to be a student myself, learning always, and may we learn together in this space. And you share that she's going through a lot of sadness. Well, she's certainly not alone. There are many people here also having the same thing in their heart, and perfectly okay. And thank you for being receptive to any wisdom in these words, sounds. If there is any wisdom, it comes from your ability to find it. As we relate with our own experience surrounding these words. And perhaps in the right combination, they can bring out something we didn't know we already knew. And thank you, green eggs and fried brains, for always making me laugh with your humorous username and your heart, me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Oh, Chuck, you were wondering, where did I learn English? In Canada, and from my parents. I just first had to realize that baby talk wasn't going to get me far in life, even though it was my favorite way of speaking. No. Speaking of speaking, I would like to read from another section of the Pocket Pema Chodran. I think it's a good moment for a lovely Buddhist perspective. I just need to consult my list of passages we have yet to read. Now we have yet to read passage number 41 So I'll cross that off and it'll be the first that we open. Ah. This is a good one. Isn't it? Well, let's find out, shall we? This passage is called Being There for Others. Relate with others compassionately is a challenge. Really communicating from the heart and being there for someone else. Our child, spouse, parent, client, patient, or the homeless woman on the street means not shutting down on that person, which means, first of all, not shutting down on ourselves. This means allowing ourselves to feel what we feel and not pushing it away. It means accepting every aspect of ourselves, even the parts we don't like. To do this requires openness, which in Buddhism is sometimes called emptiness. Not fixating or holding on to anything. Thank you for listening. I love the Buddhist view of emptiness. Shunyata in Sanskrit. There's a beautiful quote. At last, emptiness turned its face and said, I am not empty, I am open. And I think when we realize that feeling of emptiness is also a feeling of openness, then we can allow ourselves to have that space without needing to fill it. Namaste. Thank you, everyone, for listening. You were wondering what the meaning behind the Heart Sutra is. Well, whenever I read it, I'll be the first to let you know. For Buddhism, specifically Buddhist texts, are not my strong suit. But I'm happy to relay indirect Buddhist wisdom through great teachers like Pema Chodron and her book. I'm so happy that Pema's words always bring you so much comfort, Dansuela. Me too. Very affirming. Thank you for finding beauty in what I have to share for Laurel Ocean. And thank you, Saturnus, for the heart me too. Radhe, oh Radhe. And good night, dear Simples Maria. Angela, or Angelia, there's an I. You're wondering if I could please post again my video about the gurus. Oh, I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Could you remind me what the content of that video was? I imagine I've mentioned gurus in quite a few of them. Otherwise, I'd be happy to talk about the Sanskrit word in reference to a spiritual teacher. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I haven't hydrated today. And Saturnus, thank you for your 3017 bracelets and a pair of cheer you ups. Namah Shivaya. Indeed, welcome back, Stephen. Hello, Willie D. Has been a little bit, Saturnus. But thank you for wishing wonder for everyone here. I certainly echo that sentiment. I don't think I've had an audience that has this level of quiet for this number of people in a long time. So it's very impressive. I don't think you'll find many other live streams on TikTok with hundreds of people and just a kind of peace. Mind you, there is absolutely times in which it can get chaotic here too. Angelia, you share that I said that gurus are not supposed to help you understand yourself and not radically change yourself. Oh, they are supposed to help you understand yourself and not radically change yourself. To tell you the truth, I don't remember making a video about that, but absolutely I agree with that. Yeah, a spiritual teacher is not here to change anything about you. Why? Because spiritual realization means that this moment is enough. Even if there are things for you to do, changes to make, that's for you to make in the right time, the right place, the right people. The spiritual path is not about becoming anyone else than yourself. It's just that our sense of self is so limited that we require practice to expand it, so that we don't just feel our sense of self from the top of our head to the tip of our toes, but we also feel ourself through the actions that we perform, in the growth that we give those around us, by our love, for the purpose of service to the world. Having that kind of feeling of I am within this body, as I am within the difference I make in other people's lives, within the reflection of their own conscious mind. Spiritual teacher walks you back, retraces our step to our origin point, the Atma, the place in which all of our seeking began, and doing so requires no change in personality, no change in occupation, no change in biology, no change in genealogy, no change in nationality. If anything changes, it's a perspective, but one that accommodates all your experiences rather than invalidates any of them, to empower you to be the most vibrant expression of life in your capacity. And good night, Laura Lotion. Thank you for sharing your blessings and love for everyone here. A very simple understanding of a spiritual teacher is like the person that can take you from the base of Mount Everest to the top. That's okay. Maybe we do have access today with a GPS and Google Maps. All sorts of things that show us the way. We still require someone who has actually gone the way, as we can't expect to Google Maps our way up to the peak. We require someone who knows how to read the map, someone who has done it before, from their teacher, and their teacher's teacher, and their teacher's teacher's teacher. Willie D, you're wondering, have I ever watched the movie Pi? I don't think I have, but I probably should, since I love the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter. What a great ratio that is. You wanted me to share the video with your friends who did get scammed by a guru. Well, I'll have to go looking for it then. I don't mean to assume, but I feel like maybe that was an impression that you got from some of the other things I share here. I don't recall putting that in a dedicated video, but I absolutely could be wrong. Actually, why don't I use this as an inspiration to make a video, a new video, to accommodate my new experience for you and your friend. So, I will consider that for you. But I'm sorry to hear about your friend. It is something that we have to be very wary of. This spiritual path is a very vulnerable one that we turn to after we feel like we've lost everything in this world and we can't turn anywhere else but within. There are people who take advantage of that. An example is, because of the sacredness in this space here, many people use my likeness to make accounts of their own with my profile picture and my username. And they ask for money because I feel some spiritual connection to you, and I require this to be able to release this information that I have specially for you. Spiritual connection to you, and I require this to be able to release this information that I have specially for you. I think my internet disconnected me for a moment, so please forgive that, and I hope my connection has returned. Hello. Thank you, Melinda. Thank you, everyone, who always reminds me when my connection returns. Yeah. A spiritual teacher would never would never ask for something from you. They may ask you to do things for yourself. No. A guru will ask for you to maybe continue to study these teachings, continue in your spiritual practice, but if there are teachings to occur, then they are given free of charge. Not like any guru had to pay for their guru to receive the teaching, and then that guru had to pay their guru for teaching. There's no financial component of spiritual transmission of knowledge. But there is a concept called Guru Dakshina, which is a gift which is offered to the guru. But it's not required, it's just a voluntary thing. Anyway, as I am the host of the space talking about spiritual teachers, naturally, some of this applies to me too, but I wish to be clear that I don't consider myself qualified to be a guru. But in the same way that I respect these sacred aspects of spiritual transmission, I do also try to ensure that there is nothing that I need from you. And any gift that comes my way too, I see it as something unexpected. Even a single rose is more than I could ever ask for. Even the intention of sharing a rose, that is more than enough for me. And I hope that that can be a reminder for those who are looking for spiritual teachers, real gurus, not just me, not just a random 22-year-old who lives in Canada like myself, that when you sit with them in their presence, it is all about what they have to offer you. All about what they can give you. Because that's the greatest gift for them, is to have someone to share their experience with. And thank you, sweet Mia, for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Maldoror, I do recognize your username, and I'm not sure how we have gone off on the wrong foot, but I do wish to find common ground. Otherwise, I will ask of you to leave this space. You shared that I speak like a guru, I dress like a guru, and yet I pretend not to be a guru. Well, if I wanted to be a guru, it'd be very bad marketing to pretend to not be one. Oh. I can give you groceries, but I'm not a grocer. Be clear. I want to give you medical advice, but I'm not a doctor. I am a spiritual student, not a teacher. If it appears as though I am teaching, maybe you find value in my experience, and that's wonderful. I think there is value in everyone's experience, and we can learn from each other. And I'm very honored to host this space where I do get to share my experience, and I get to hear from your experience also. my experience, and I get to hear from your experience also. My apologies. My internet disconnected me for a moment. But I'm not sure what guru dresses up in bathrobes. I hope to tell you that I'm just wearing a housecoat. I don't think gurus wear housecoats. Thank you, dear Dr. Jenny, for your heart me, your trio of roses, and your tiny. Yippee! And dear Naomi, thank you for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Maybe I speak like a guru, but maybe a student speaks like their teacher because they are learning the very same subject matter, and so they speak to their friends in a similar way because it helps them process their experience also. And by sharing what they have learned, they are able to deepen their understanding of it also. And dear Blueberry Muffin Chef, you are wondering if I have mods who can help with the comments. I do, and many of them are here. If any of you feel like there is moderation needing to be done, please let me know, as I want this space to be inclusive for all. As such, I always give my consent to take action for those who are taking away from the inclusivity of this space. But I have also made it clear to my mods that if someone is expressing their personal opinion towards me, then they have the right to express that. Otherwise, I'd make myself an echo chamber full of people that only have positive opinions about me. But I hope to at least be wise enough to know that growth cannot happen in such a place. There is an aspect of being challenged that's important for my growth too. And Maldoror, it is true that criticism is important, but it's also no one's responsibility in particular to be that critic. And because I do not wish for that to be a precedent for others to follow, this is my last time I will ask you to be a little more accepting of those around you. Otherwise, I will mute you. I know that there have been a lot of experiences of trauma within spiritual communities, and that's not something I take lightly. So I do wish to take care of the vulnerability that inherently comes with a spiritual community. I wish to empower anyone here with the tools to deconstruct even the things that I say, so that you know that if there was a time in which there was something that I asked of you, if something ever changed, and for some reason I needed something from you, that you would know that the sanctity of this space had been violated by me. If I ever convey that your experience is not valid, or that there is a belief system that should replace your own, then please hear me. This is not my intention. And you shouldn't listen to me if you feel like that is true. Now, because Maldoror has insulted some of the people in this space, that is grounds for me to mute you even after I said I would give you a final warning to be inclusive with your words. Because that cannot be followed, I will mute you for the rest of this live. And maybe next time you can return with a more positive attitude, and I'd be happy to welcome you back. Everyone is always welcome to question anything in this live stream. You are always allowed to remain curious, and there's nothing for me to force upon you. And exercising that right of yours is something I will always allow you, if done in a respectful manner. That is all I ask. But if there is some problem in this space, and you would like to bring some awareness there, then let us bring our awareness there without any judgment, without making assumptions. And with that, I hope to always take accountability for any way in which I can improve the inclusivity of this space and the transparency of my role. So thank you. Now, thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your disco love a minute ago. And thank you for those who remain supportive during challenging periods of comment interaction. I would like to bring my attention back to what you all have to share from your experience too. So, my question of the day today is, how can we show that we are actively listening to those sharing something with us? And then we'll do a short reading from The Hidden Power in Humans, and then we'll conclude with a meditation. Greg RG, your meme answer is a hand over the ear and a good, huh? Dr. Jenny, you share that we can ask specific questions for more details. Absolutely. Here you share, be curious, ask open questions, and ask for their experience, feelings. Don't make it about you, but share mutual experiences after, so there's a feeling of understanding. I like that. Eye contact, shares KW. Sage Dakota, you share. Repeat it back to them in your own words. And Donsuela, you rephrase that, expressing their words back to them. And as Willie D adds to, summing it up and or repeating it back for clarification. I love how you all have similar insight, but in different words. Hybrid Jen, you share, you bob your head, eye contact a little, and usually gotta ask them to repeat it. Yeah. Sometimes asking one to repeat themselves can be a sign that you weren't listening, but it can also be a sign that we really want to understand, and we'd like to hear it again to make sure that we do. Blueberry Muffin, yes, you're welcome to answer again, since I do ask it at the beginning as well during my lives. Samara, you share, acknowledging their words, thoughts, and feelings. The guy from TikTok, you share, active listening, is putting yourself in the other person's shoes, looking out their window. Silent presence, shares Arya. Beautiful. Cutting off distraction, shares Hybrid Jen. Joku, you share in a small manner, mirror their movement and faces. That's what people do when they're interested. Their face expressions, yeah. And that's so important, I've heard psychologists say, for parents and their children. That if their children are sad, oh, we reflect that in our face. Oh, what are we sad about? Or if they're angry, you angry? What are you angry about? Sadness you share. Take a genuine interest in those around you, and it will be crystal clear that you are listening. I love that. Genuine interest. By actually listening, shares Macy. And Anna, you share, by not talking about yourself. Nicole, you share, listening with the intention of learning something. It will help you really hear the words. I love that. And Blueberry Muffin Chef, you actually feel listened to when the person you're talking to doesn't respond. They just wait. Your dog does this method. Animals make great listeners. They might not know what we're saying, but they listen. Arya, you share body language. Face them, position, body towards them. And by not listening to answer, I love that observation. Yeah. But we're not just thinking about what to reply with this with, but how we can retain this experience they've shared with us, and what truth could be expressed, no matter how goofy or how mundane. Brhad, del Bosque. Certainly have room myself for pronouncing that name better. You share by being empathetic and grateful. I love that. These are all such wonderful answers, everyone. I really like how many people express body language, like the guy from TikTok. Body language is 90% and words 10% of their message. I like mirroring their expressions. That's a beautiful one. Not copying them, but, sharing that feeling, that sentiment, being with them in that moment, in that story. Rephrasing things back to them. Asking questions about details. I really like these answers. Thank you, everyone. Oops. Eye contact and ask questions. You add to that camshaft. And KW, you share that. You have ADHD and it is hard to not jump in often. That's understandable, given what you go through. Yeah, it's okay. I recognize that those with ADHD in my life, they don't mean to. Sometimes they're listening so intently that it connects with something so important to them, they just have to share it too. I certainly recognize that. Now, thank you, green eggs and fried brains, for your pumpkin spice latte. Hari Om Tat Sat. Alright, I'm going to pause our exploration of this question of the day for now. And I like Cole's addition to listening with no agenda. That's beautiful. Just, we have nothing better to do. Because we don't in that moment. The best thing is to enjoy what they have to share. Now I'd like to read from another section of this wonderful text called The Hidden Power in Humans, about chakras and Kundalini. We've been reading about the nature of the heart chakra, the Anahata chakra, let's continue where we left off. At the level of the Anahata chakra, we understand and forgive all. In the Bhagavad Gita, this ancient song, which existed thousands of years before the Bible, Lord Krishna instructs us to forgive our enemies from the 12th and 13th to 14th chapter, 18th verse. Oh no, probably the 12th to 13th and 14th verse of the 18th chapter, I assume. And because it's a song, I'll do my best to sing it, though it's been translated into English and therefore lacks a melody or rhythm. I love those bhaktas, those devotees, who are hostile to no being, who are always kind and compassionate, free from selfishness, serene in sorrow, and joy and full of patience, who are always content and have devoted their lives to me. That one is dear to me, who treats friend and foe alike, and remains the same as regards honor and abuse, praise and censure, joy and pain, and is free from attachment. Forgive my attempt. Forgiving is the greatest virtue and sacrifice. There is nothing greater than the words Jesus spoke on the cross. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. The Vishnu Granthi, the source of Ananda, bliss, is located in the Anahata Chakra. The purer the Anahata Chakra, the deeper the feelings of joy, warmth, and happiness and unity with God is experienced even more intensively. When the Vishnu Granthi within the heart opens, the desire to help other living beings arises spontaneously. With the help of the Anahata Chakra, we are able to understand and resolve problems with other people more easily. The greater and deeper our love for the divine, the stronger our love for nature and all of nature's manifestations. The Anahata Chakra is the door through which we are able to reach the Sahasrara Chakra, which is the crown center, where knowledge of our true self is revealed. Divine consciousness streams from the door to the Supreme, known as the Brahmarandhra, which is another name for the Sahasrara Chakra, meaning, literally, the door to the Supreme. Divine consciousness streams from this to the Anahata Chakra through the Brahmanadi, the ultimate river of current. With this, the circle closes. Consciousness is filled with love, and love is enlightened by consciousness. Therefore, depending upon the degree of our jnana, our knowing wisdom, the feelings within the Anahata Chakra can either lead us to confusion or to liberation. Frequently, we use all our power to avoid worldly disappointments, but instead find ourselves even more deeply entrenched in the net of Maya. Why is this so? Maya being material existence. Because we are not looking in the right place for help. Without God's help, we are unable to overcome the countless obstacles we meet in our lives. Praying is the best medium to get in touch with the divine and ourself. Guru Nanak said, "Even if 1,000 suns and moons rose, they would be unable to remove the darkness of ignorance within the heart. This can only be removed through the grace of the Guru." And we are also able to cross the ocean of the world without drowning when we follow a realized master. The master knows the way and knows how to avoid the perils of Maya. When we remain in their boat, we will reach the other shore safely. In accordance with the laws of nature, water always flows down a mountain and collects in the valley. In the same way, divine grace and Guru Kripa, the causeless mercy of the spiritual teacher, flow constantly to those who have great depth and possess humility and devotion to the divine. True love is eternal and unites forever. In the Anahata Chakra, we find divine love and infinite bliss in the union with our real self. Guru Nanak, who lived from 1469 to 1539, was the founder of the Sikh religion. Thank you for listening. I love how our author brings so many different religions together into harmony. As even in that text we referred to the Bhagavad Gita, often revered by Hindus, the words of the Christ, and Guru Nanak of Sikhism. I just love how there are universal messages of truth hidden within all paths, and the more we can embrace and rejoice in that fact, the more we can find our way of relating to each other despite our differing experiences. I think that's a good place to stop reading there for now. Thank you, Maya, for the heart me that you sent to Radhe Radhe. I'd like to bring this live stream to a close soon, but before we do, I would like to do a short mantra session with you. So I'm going to put the mantra on screen that I'd like to do with you all today, which is very simple. There. Put it above my head. There we go. Today I would like to do the classic Om Namah Shivaya mantra, and we'll do it on the traditional rosary of 108 Rudraksha beads, Rudra being a very ancient name for Shiva, Aksha being tear, Rudraksha being the tears of Shiva, therefore. So we'll do one repetition of this mantra for each bead on this mala. Some notes of pronunciation for extra oomph. The H in Namah, it flows very easily into the sibilant, the palatal sibilant sh of Shivaya. So imagine breathing out at the end of Nama into Shiva. Namah Shivaya. And that's called a visarga, an expulsion of breath to denote the object of the sentence in Sanskrit. Shiva refers to the auspicious indweller within our consciousness, actually as the source of consciousness. So this literally means Om, salutations to the auspicious indweller. And the reason 108 is significant is for astrological reasons. 108 moons fit between our Earth and the Moon. 108 suns fit between our Sun and our Earth. That's why solar eclipses can happen, that ratio of diameter to distance. 108 Earths can fit across the diameter of the Sun. And 9 celestial bodies and 12 constellations make 9 times 12, 108 astrological influences. So it's a nice auspicious number. Without further ado. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Namah Namah Shivaya. 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 Namah Namah Shivaya. Om 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 Namah Shivaya. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you for listening, chanting along with us. May this be an offering to the auspicious one. Forgive me for taking measures to try not to be in dissonance with the background music that I left on, and for having to turn off the alarm on my phone a good portion of the way through that. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you, dear Usha Bai, for the wonderful garland headpiece that you sent. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Dob Darker, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Hypergen, thank you for your pair of roses and your 9 roses too. Radhe, Radhe. With that, we come to the ending of our Sangha tonight. And Marlon, you share that you need mala beads. They are very useful. I love them. If you're going to fidget with something while you meditate, might as well be a mala, as it helps focus your awareness. Bringing our fingers to a symbolic object which represents the embodiment of one repetition of each mantra japa. Running it 108 times means going through a whole astrological evolution with the 9 celestial bodies and 12 constellations, making 108 astrological influences. So one repetition for each bead means one repetition to transcend each of the effects of the stars, so that we may cultivate our own destiny. And Marlon, you're wondering where you can buy one? Well, you can make one for yourself too. I encourage that. That's a great exercise. Mala making. A good meditation in itself. But you can find them at many spiritual stores that also probably sell maybe statues, maybe things for an altar. Maybe you might find it in a yoga store, since it's part of the tradition of yoga. Specifically mantra yoga. Otherwise, you can find it online in pretty much any online retailer. But yeah, I'd explore making your own too. I think that'd be very fun. And KW, you were wondering if I just study this a bunch or I plan on being a monk, etc. But this is just how I am. These things find their way into my life, and I guess I can recall them just as easily as one may point out observations that can be made in this moment. No study required. Just by immersing yourself in something that cannot be described by words. Immerse yourself in what? In the stream of divine consciousness that surrounds you at all times. These things will come natural. Namaste, Lumi. I want to make one too, dear Hybrid Jen. It's a beautiful idea. Thank you for sharing your blessings and wonder, dear Saturnus. Continue blissfully to the eternal present moment. Beautiful sentiment. And thank you, dear Gardening Greygarji, for the reminder for us to drink some water. Did I read correctly that G2 Infinity woke up? Did you fall asleep earlier? Oh, Magdalene, you share. Sending love to Divine Source to all. You meant from Divine Source, but also to Divine Source. Just like when we water a tree, we don't have to water each leaf on the tree one by one. That would take forever. We can bring the water just to the roots, and there is an intelligent mechanism to bring water throughout each branch, to each leaf. So too, by giving our love to the Divine Source, which exists within everyone. And we do indeed take it to the Source and to everyone. You did fall asleep and wake up, G2 Infinity. I'm happy to hear that. It's okay, we're ending this live stream anyway, dear Kier. But thank you for saying goodbye, and may you have a wonderful rest of your shift. And Ragnhildur, you also just woke up, so hello and good night, good morning. KW, you were wondering if I go to services or worship in my area. I go to the nature, I go to the ocean, I go to the forest. Fortunately, there aren't a lot of spiritual places around me, so I've had to turn my own mind into a temple, my own body, my own heart. I've had to turn my internet presence into a space in which I get to worship too. Get to worship the divine within you. Welcome and goodbye, dear Lex. Hello and good night, Joanna. Hare Krishna, Rick. Thank you, dear Woo Woo, for your rose. Your tiny, yippee, and your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now, dear Nick, you are wondering, where does going to the gym rank in importance? It's something you can do for a healthy body. And that's wonderful. As we take care of this body, the more we can take care of others. All actions, even done for the growth of some aspect of our body, our mind, is ultimately a gift to those in our life too. May we be strong so we may carry the weight of others. May we be intelligent to help those who have problems. May we cultivate the virtues we require to be a better friend, a better child, a better parent, a better sibling, a better lover. Let us work on ourselves so that we can be the best version that we can for those around us too. And Catherine, thank you for the rose as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Fat Cat Weaves. It has been a while. And you have come at the end of our Sangha today, but it's nice to say hi to you. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your lock and key as well. Namah Shakti Shivaya. Hey May, thank you for your trio of roses too. And my love is on fire. Thank you for your finger heart. Very kind of you. Pardon me for my hiccup. Jai Sitaram. GW, you were wondering, what pleasures should we allow and how often? Any pleasure that we get to share with others. For our own happiness is no good if we don't get to share that with those who may wish to experience the same. Okay, Wing, you have come in here. Initially, you expressed that you objectify me sexually, and now you feel as though there is some culture I'm appropriating. If you would like to be here, then I invite you. All I ask is that you treat me the same way you treat anyone else in your life. Although the internet may provide us anonymity to share provoking sentiments, this is not the space for that. If you can tell me which culture you think I am appropriating, I will remind you that cultures are shared, respected, and something that we all can learn from. Hindu culture is a universal culture. We may all learn from the Hindus just as we learn from everyone around us. In my experience, let us rejoice in what truths the cultures around the world have to offer. And thank you for your apology. Your apology is accepted, and I forgive you. Woo-woo, you ask? What about sharing sadness as it makes you lonely? Think about how many others are also experiencing sadness. Know that though in this moment you may physically be alone, there are so many around the world who also feel the same way, and you are one with them. And this experience of solitude in your sadness can provide you with the empathy for those that will later come in your life and express sadness of your own, of their own, which you may relate with, and due to your experience of, be able to share what helped for you. Even in times in sadness, we can think of all those whom we may help, given that we are learning how to deal with something that many others are going through too. And CMM, you ask, how did I find inner peace? Well, let's refer to it in the present tense. I am continuing to find inner peace by the fact that if there is peace, it cannot be found by what I get from the world, but what I offer it. That we have come into this world with nothing physical, we will return with nothing physical also. But we all have the possibility of leaving this world in a more peaceful place than we entered it as. Therefore, any source of peace must come from each human being, each conscious being. And we discover our own peace by sharing it with others, by listening to others, by providing space for others, by loving, giving our attention. The more we do this, without expecting anything in return, and to those that sincerely appreciate it without taking advantage of it, then we realize how much peace is truly within, when before we did not. We just had to exercise it and get it out. Darkness fighter, you ask, how to deal with the evil voice inside your head? By recognizing that it's not evil, it's just damaged, it's hurt, and it may wish for others to hurt only because then we would feel valid having gone through it ourselves. That kind of way of feeling understood is only the beginning. If we feel like someone else has to be in pain for our pain to be validated, then there's room for improvement. What is required is another way. That actually we see our pain not as something that has to be understood by others, but as something we can use to understand others. The pain that we have gone through, we recognize that it has shaped us to who we are today, and we can use that for continued growth. Everything which we did not have while growing up, we can fight for in others' lives. In the absence of love that we felt, in the absence of emotional support, the more we can provide that for others, we simultaneously heal our trauma and validate others. Doing so, our mind shifts. Now the pain becomes the greatest form of expression rather than limitation. Our thoughts become for the benefit of others rather than the detriment of ourself. We see everything we've gone through as another reason to be there for those whom shouldn't ever have to go through the same thing that you did. We recognize that an evil voice is a healing voice. And I want to be clear what I mean about that. Not a healing voice that heals others, but a voice that's healing itself, that's in the process of healing. A wounded voice. A voice that has room for growth. Our thoughts, though seemingly intrusive, are a reflection of the journey we've had, and though we never have to identify or find expression through them, we can acknowledge them and cultivate a mindset that balances them out. If ever a thought arises in which we wish to inflict harm on ourselves or others, just consider it like a dialogue option in a video game. The developers wrote it in. Maybe someone would engage in that option, but not every player has to. And if you're playing a pacifist role, then that's just an option that you choose relative to. And because we have this thought in our mind that is harmful, we acknowledge it. What's another thought that's there somewhere, maybe hiding behind that thought? What's another option we can take? Because there's always another one. Even if that negative thought is the loudest. The mind cannot exist by negativity alone. There must be some part that still has room for expression in the way of positivity. It is just that we have given a voice to the negative because we've experienced so much negativity ourselves. Over time, we can give power back to ourselves by focusing on what we can be grateful for, on the possibilities that our unique life has afforded us, on how there's always room to make amends for healing, and using those experiences to relate with others and empower them also. Alright, I am going to begin closing the Sangha. That's right, Taylor, I am Canadian in this life. Joanna, you share that has been a rough month for you and you feel so overwhelmed. That's understandable. I will echo Gregard G's sentiment of wishing you find ease soon. Sounds like you are in a period of great transformation, and you can forgive yourself for being in this position that you are. I trust that you're not doing anything wrong, and even any mistakes that have been made can be rectified, learned from, grown through. You are on a journey, and I can assure you that it doesn't end badly for you or anyone. Our consciousness, whether in this life or the next, will continue to manifest its potential. And that understanding becomes clearer and clearer day by day. User 137, I am 22 in this body. And that's an important reminder too, Saturnus, that our beliefs will become our reality. So let's be careful what story we tell ourselves. And Lex, you shared that. You are so full of guilt, you struggle to enjoy things. If I could tell your soul one thing, have it listen would be that no one deserves to feel the weight of guilt. Yes, people make mistakes, sometimes really big ones, and we can take accountability for that and do everything we can to rectify those. But that doesn't mean that we should punish ourselves as a means of negative reinforcement. Even those whom have guilt, some very tragic things, they deserve to forgive themselves so that they can learn the self-love required to not take away from anyone else's life again. If you feel like you are enough, that is the best thing that you can do for others. Enough in the sense that there's nothing I need to take from you, no boundary I need to cross for some selfish goal. If you know that you are enough, that everything you need is within, and that you are allowed to be here in this moment, no matter what you have done, and let go of all these things you hold yourself to. The way forward starts with self-acceptance. Self-acceptance doesn't validate the things you've done wrong. It validates the fact that anything you have done wrong, you can change now. Not in the past, but in your present actions going forward. Everything that's possible for you can be made possible by recognizing that you're still here. Your heart is beating. Your lungs are breathing. You're given a new day. Clearly the universe didn't think that you were supposed to be taken out of this world, that you didn't deserve some chance. As long as your heart is beating, as long as your lungs are breathing, as long as you have the capacity to be kind, you are afforded retribution. That is available. We can feel ashamed, but not in a way that limits us, in a way that uplifts us to make a change for the better. The universe does not expect you to time travel, did not expect you to have a perfect track record. But does wish to inform you that there are always ways of doing something different now. And that is why this present moment exists. Not to trap you in the actions of the past, but to open up the possibilities of the future. Now thank you, dear Usha, for your tiny and your rose. Yippee! You still don't have those same stickers, Hybrid Gen. I'll make sure to double check for you. Joao. You can tell me if I can pronounce it better. Thank you for the rose you sent too. Radhe Radhe. And Joss Williams. Thank you for your rose too. Namah Shivaya. I'm calling you out, Lumi. I think we all carry this feeling like we've entrapped ourselves in our mistakes, but we can be liberated by them too. Thank you, Lex, for your tiny, your balloons and your pumpkin spice latte. I hope that anything I said resonated with you. Yahoo! Okay, last question before I go tonight. User 137, you asked, what made me wake up? Was there an event, or how did I reach this wisdom? made me wake up. You know, I'm stalling so that a funny answer comes, but it's not coming. You know, my mom woke me up. She said, "You gotta get up for school today." No, she didn't, but I believe life is a continuum of awakening, of cultivating a kind of consciousness and alertness for the fact that this life is so special, so miraculous, so important, and yes, it's terrifying at times, and insufferable, and there's a lot of very provoking experiences in our senses. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't continue to be kind, because that's the highest vibration there is, with love and reverence and curiosity and wonder. And every day I think there are opportunities for that to continue blossoming. How did I come into this wisdom? I don't know. If there's any wisdom I say, it's a miracle. I think, you know, I'm putting words together in combinations that seem to work. I don't know what I'm doing half of the time, but every time a certain combination leads to pain, I readdress the combination of words I use and try to choose other ones. And so I'm constantly on the search for a way of expressing something that is more inclusive, more validating, more uplifting. I'm just looking out, listening, feeling, on the prowl. Every time anyone says anything. Anytime I witness some interaction, I ask myself, is there something I can remember from this that I can share with others? Every time that I watch a video, or I'm with a friend, or I'm in my backyard, whatever I'm doing, I keep in mind this Sangha and the people in this live stream. I think, is there some lesson from this day that I can turn into some form of validation for our experience on this planet together as human beings in my next live stream, or whenever I'm talking to someone who is hurting or overwhelmed? You know, I experience life as a scavenger hunt of the right way of expressing oneself. And there is no objective right way, but there's always a righter way. In each moment we are evolving in our culture, in our language, in our art, in our music. I think in these ways we'll just continue to find words that reflect something within each of our hearts. Spectromo, you asked a beautiful question. How can you truly maintain kindness in this cruel world? By remembering that a cruel world needs your kindness the most. Thank you, Starlight Wow, for your flowers as well. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And with that, I think I will close our live stream today. It's been a good 5.5 hours. I should eat something, have my first meal at 11 p.m. Again, don't tell my mom. As always, I will upload the recording of this live stream to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel for the benefit of everyone who wishes to find value there, along with the readings and the meditations and designated playlists. I'll clip them out as always. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Thank you, dear Orla. Thank you, G to Infinity. You are awesome too. Can I recommend a book? Asks KW. How about Good Night Moon? That was a favorite of mine when I was younger. You know what I like about Good Night Moon? Is that we say goodnight to absolutely everything. To the moon, to the red balloon, and to the cow jumping over the moon, etc. I don't want to spoil the book, but we say goodnight to a lot of things. Beautiful book. A lot of spiritual lessons in children's books. I think you kind of have to be spiritual to want to produce something to such a beautiful demographic that is the youth. Second best book is the one that you get to write. And a journal to process your own experiences and discover what you have to find within the treasure trove of your life. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses too. Tatvamasit, thank you for your quintet of roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your balloons. May we always go higher and higher. Thank you for your half a dozen disco loves. Starlight, wow. A disco love is a very flamboyant kind of love. I'm a very flamboyant kind of guy in some ways. Thank you, Catherine, for your rose. Namaste, Anna. Thank you, Joanna, for your octet of roses. I am sorry this month has been rough for you. I'll continue to be there for you in the capacity that I am.
Bhurvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Peace, peace, peace. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. Namaste.